Hey, buddy.
Hi, Siva. I am facing some issue. So could you please look into it? Can I share
Okay.
my screen?
Give me a minute. Yeah, buddy. You can share your screen now.
Okay, sure. Yes, it is visible.
Yes, I'm able to see.
Okay. Just like I am creating one instance, but I am
Okay.
not able to access it.
Okay.
Just like that. It's a public IP, right? I'm going to connect.
Okay.
Just like our Ubuntu, and we are going to connect it. Yes, maybe it's a connected success. And just like going to there, and this one. Mm, mm. Okay. Oh, no, it's connected, but previous 15 minutes before I'm not able to connect. Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
So any other questions?
No, as of now.
Let's wait for people to join. We'll wait a couple of minutes, no worries.
Siva, can I ask one more question?
Yes, sir.
Siva, just like in the session, Docker sessions, you are installing a Docker and creating an image, right?
Yes.
Just like run the tomcat command and in the specific location. But just like I am hosting some war file in the particular tomcat. So how
Okay.
can do that?
Sorry, I didn't
Just
get
like
you.
just like I am installing a tomcat in the
Okay.
Docker
In your
image.
okay, you're installing like a Docker, or I didn't get you. So you
Yes,
have a
Docker.
Docker. You
Yes,
have a
yes,
Docker. Inside of the Docker, you have an image.
yes.
So you're asking how can I share the image? Am I right?
Yes, I can just like I can create at the time of creating the image, just like execute some command, just like a from, run, expose, and blah blah blah, right? And then we are storing tomcat, and just like I have a war file, right? I want to deploy this war file in the particular tomcat folders. So how can do that?
You can add a copy command. Instead of that, you have to add a copy command. Like you have to give the where the path is there, and it has to go to the Tomcat like a web apps folder.
Okay, tomcat DevOps folder, right?
Yeah, we already saw that one, right?
Yes, yes, yes. Okay, I will try to this today.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Siva.
So where are we in last week, guys? What we're discussing on the last week session?
We have finished Terraform and Nagios.
Okay, we completed Terraform and as well as Nagios. Okay, so any questions on the Terraform or any questions on the Nagios? Like you guys able to practice it? The Terraform is very, very important. So you guys need to practice well for Terraform. Okay. So you have to write like create instances, or create an S3, like different types of things you have to create with that. Okay. So we are ready to go on Ansible, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Oh, I remember now. Like last week, I thought of going on Ansible or like this thing Nagios. So we went on Nagios. Okay. Any questions, guys? Anything? Any question need to be discussed before the session? Ansible is nothing but a configuration management tool. Ansible is nothing but a configuration management tool. What is mean by the configuration management tool? First, we'll understand what is a configuration management, how that configuration management works. Then based on that, we will see like what we require to do and why we have to do all those things. Okay. So first thing, configuration. What is mean by the configuration? Configuration is nothing but in terms of like IT industry, you can say CPU, RAM, OS, those kind of things you can call that as a you can call those things as a configuration managements. Okay, suppose like so it's a configuration management tool. So configs mean to say like CPU, RAM, processor, or like OS. These kind of things you call it as a software, like softwares. These are all you can call it as a configuration. Next is management. Management meant to say install, add, create, update. It's not as add, update, upgrade. So there are like plenty of things you have for the same thing. Oh, 1 second. So sorry, so managing these configurations, like managing the configurations only, like we're going to achieve with the configuration management tools. So what these configuration management tools do, like suppose you have like Java 7, you want to upgrade it to the Java 8, you can do with configuration management. You have like software, like you have a CPU, 10 CPU, you're increasing that, you're going to create, you're going to more add more CPU, or you're creating instances. That's also you call it as configuration management. And you have like you want to install some software, like you want to install Maven or Java in any of the specific service, you can do those things. All these can be happen with configuration management. So why I have to do that? I can go to the server and I can install Java, kind of what specifically I required this thing. Why, what is the benefit by using this tool? So simple thing, like suppose if you have a one machine or like two machines, you can go and you can log in, a kind of thing. Even if you have a 10 machines or like a 10 machines or 5 to 10 machines, it take little bit difficulty, but you can do that. But if you have hundreds of systems, if you have like entire, like your organization have entire things, so like you have your 10,000 people working in the organization, and everyone have their laptops. Now we want to upgrade their security features. How are you going to do that one? So like this similar, right? Like the similar manner, if we have a large scale, like a large number of systems, like if you have more number of systems, like it's very tough for us to go with that. So those kind of situations, you install in the configuration management, and you are making things are a little bit easy. So with the help of the configuration management, you can do all these things very easily, kind of thing. It's a simple run. It will upgrade all the systems. Okay, suppose you want to, now your organization using Java 17. Now you want to go to the Java 19. The simple click, you can do it with all the pieces like this thing. And even if you have a multiple server types, like suppose it's not something on the same kind of servers, you have like some Windows servers, you have some Linux servers, you have some database servers, you have like some middleware servers, like different servers you have, but all are the commonly accessed like with the Java, or a kind of some common tool. You want to upgrade it to all these different types of systems, different types of servers also you can do. So that are the advantages you have with your like with your configuration managements. With the help of configuration, you can do these things. Okay, buddy, you told me like install softwares and all that is looks good, but why like a configuration management tool is required in DevOps? Why? What is the use of configuration management? I have to do it in I have to do configuration management tool in DevOps. What is the use case? So previously, uh, uh, like in previously, right? Like what you can call before coming to the containers, like you have a virtualizations has been placed, a huge kind of thing. So that time what you will have, like you're deploying things into the multiple servers. So like you have 10 servers, like dev server or a SAT server, UAT server, like this. You want to deploy your package into there, or you want to maintain the configurations in the properly to all the servers. So you want to upgrade the Windows, so you want to these kind of things, like you want to place that you are deploy the packages into the different systems where your Ansible comes as a part of this thing. Okay, and also you want to take a backup of each server. You're doing like a backup activity. You're writing like a kind of a scripts to take the backup. That backup you want to run for all the servers. You can run that with this. You can run that, kind of things with this. That is a more on use cases. If you say like, where it has to be used, those and all you can utilize by using Ansible. But if you ask me like how much, like definitely how much of nowadays in after containerization comes, like Kubernetes and all games, how much of the usage with the Ansible, like I'm like as per my understanding, I'm not seeing much quite recent times. I'm not using much on the Ansible, like other than the like backup jobs running, other than this kind of thing, actual work like deploying the things and all, not required, like you can like not required to utilize when you have containerizations things. So directly you're deploying with either Kubernetes or like you with these things only doing that, like you're not I not seen much use cases with Ansible. That's my personal experience, guys. But we have to learn Ansible, because as a standard practice we may require to use Ansible at any time. So make sense? Any questions here?
What other tools present?
Okay, so
Similar
yeah,
like Ansible?
yeah, similar like Ansible. If you say Ansible, Chef, Puppet, these are the different types of configuration management tools we have. But architecture wise, both are two different kind of things. Like a chef is like a huge kind of system, like it will occupy a lot of it will occupy a lot of things actually, where Ansible is a small and it is very effective wise, but where others are like a little bit tough only actually to say. It's not that much an efficient kind of thing to say actually. So it's purely like Ansible, as we're discussing it, but Ansible uses the YAML script language, YAML. It another markup language. So all your like you're writing things are like using the YAML script only, like you're writing it in YAML script, and purely say it is a open source tool. It is a open source tool. Okay, and it like use Python as a background, like Ansible uses the Python as backend tool for Ansible. And Ansible have a like a GUI services. It's called Ansible Tower. Now Ansible is acquired by Red Hat. You call it as Red Hat Ansible. Okay. Now like it is entire Ansible is running from Red Hat only. Red Hat is acquired Ansible. So it's purely taking up from Red Hat only. Okay. When coming to the history, where when it has been started, like it started it around in 2012, I think. It is established in 2012 for like Ansible project begins, and now it has taken by the Red Hat as a tool. Like Ansible available in like all those things. Like if you right now, and also nowadays, right? Like in recent times, they are using other than the configuration management, they're using that as an infrastructure as infra as a service as well. What we have done, like what we have done in Terraform, it can be achieved with Ansible also, but this is more like kind of different thing. Like it is a little bit complicated when you compare with like Terraform. Terraform is a little bit easy, but here, right, like their Terraform, you have providers and you have like modules kind of thing. Here also, like you have modules, and not in a like in a matured way you have, but they are upgrading their skills, they're upgrading their things to market as from the configuration management to infrastructure as a code, because nowadays there is no business for the configuration management things. Now that's there, they're changing the scope from configuration to infrastructure as a service. That's what they're doing with Ansible. So any questions? Okay, so I'll install like it required to install some kind of commands. It required to have some setup to install Ansible, and also like now we required going on like this thing. So Ansible works as a client server architecture. Let me show you. Like I'll show you the designs of architecture for Ansible and Chef as well. So later on I'll try to install that. I'll show you like how to install those things. Let me take a paint. So the first thing, if you see the Ansible uses the push mechanism. Ansible uses the push mechanism. What is the push mechanism? So suppose if I see it like this is my local PC, mean to say my local PC, mean to say my local computer. Okay, and this local computer contains Ansible server. Okay, a local PC contains your Ansible server. This sorry, someone speaking. Hello.
No, I see.
Okay. Good. So Ansible server usually connected to the multiple missions to say. Okay, so this is maybe one client. This may be some clients. You can see there's also some client. There's also kind of different types of client. It can be connected. So it can be connected with multiple clients of Ansible. Okay, these things you can call the clients. Okay, so it can be directly connected through like a kind of configuration file, like you are updating this IP addresses of this particular machines into the Ansible host machines. In terms of Ansible server, these clients are hosts. Okay, these clients they call host servers. So now clients are hosts. You can write it as clients are host. So it in terms of Ansible, it will take that as a host and it will update it that as a host file. So like it will have entire things as host files. But something it required to be changes. Here I saw the two things in the black color, like two things in the red color, one thing in the green color, sorry, like in a blue color I given, right? So you can do like, either you can do like only like you can upgrade, you can do the configuration changes to only for the red color or only for the black color or only for this thing also you can do, or you can do for entire all the systems, whatever you have, all the hosts you can do also. So that like that you can create a groups as well here in Ansible. In the host well, you can create like a kind of a groups, what kind of groups, how many groups you want to have. You can create like that. Okay. And what it will do, Ansible here it executed through a playbook. They call it as a playbook. Okay. So with the help of a playbook, so Ansible written their configuration things in a like a in a configuration file called playbook. That's a YAML playbook, whatever we told, right? Like YAML is the one thing we are going to use. So we're going to write a configuration file called playbook in YAML. That playbook we are going to execute. And what YAML actually do, suppose if it required to install Java. So what if suppose if it need to be upgraded Java, here you have something like what it will do, right? It will directly push the changes to this clients actually. From Ansible server with the help of a playbook, it will pushes this changes to the host files or client things. Okay, so that it directly pushes that to the take like this is a data black color or DB servers, go take to the DB servers, push the like Java 17 Java 19 over there, done. So it goes to the directly pushing things. Similarly we have a pull as well, pull mechanism we have. And if you're coming to the pull mechanism is a three-tier architecture. So here it will have a kind of, I can have, you have chef client, chef master, like so just I'm going on I'll going on the chef thing only, like I'm just taking you like chef architecture kind of thing. So it's very simple and straightforward. You have a chef kind of things. So this is they call a chef workstation and they call chef server. Here this is they call chef server. One second, where is this thing? So these are the machines. This one you called chef workstation or local PC. Here, this is called chef server. And here, there's other chef clients. You can call those things as a chef clients. As I told here, it is a push mechanism. You can see this changes comes like this way. But where here, these things come as like this way. It is a pull mechanism. So when like, chef workstation, you have like a cookbooks. Okay, you have cookbooks. So you running execution through cookbooks. This is like a similar like kind of playbook. Here you have cookbook. Cookbooks you written in Ruby language. Okay, in Ruby scripting language, so you have to understand Ruby. So with the help of the Ruby only, writing the cookbooks. So when you are executing the cookbooks in your chef workstation, it will update the pack. It will do an update. Suppose it required to install Java 17. So what it will do, it will update that into the chef server. Okay, in the chef server, like in the chef server has been connected to the multiple hosts. Okay, chef servers will be connected to the multiple hosts. So how the chef server can be able to understand, how the chef server can able to understand. So what it will do, it will have a kind of agent. A agent will be installed here in this all the machines. Okay, let me take here an agent install in all the machines here. This agent responsibility is like, to all, it's kind of, bash job. It runs for every like for every single minute. It runs for the every single minute. And what it will do, it will look for, okay, is there any changes applied on the chef server? Is there any changes applied on the chef server? Is there any changes applied on the chef server? And it will look for here, and it will be pull that changes like, yes, there is a changes occurred. So it will this agent always look for the any changes or any configuration changes updated in chef server, any changes updated in the configuration server. It look for the changes. After the changes, it comes and it will pull that thing into the this particular, suppose this agent. Okay, suppose we have a groups here. Similarly, this group go on this job, this agent look for the any updates happen on the chef server. Yes, then it will pull that into this particular server, this particular client. Similarly, these also to check for that. This also you call it as a clients or chefs. You call it this also chef clients. So you also call this as a chef clients. So this chef clients is always running on the chef clients run on the nodes, return configuration information from the chef server. So what it will do, it will always, yes, it look like, yes, there is a changes applied. So I want to use the changes. I want to use the changes like that. That's way it will like, pull the changes to the client mission. Agent will pull the configuration changes into your client missions. This is the pull and push mechanism. Here it is like a lot of things like, in chef you have a knife, chef you have a recipe. So how you want to cook, right? You require to cook, right? You want a recipe, you want to cook a meal. So what you require to have, you have a recipe. The recipe only you're going to bring it up into the food item, right? Like suppose you want to make soup, so you require what is the recipe for the soup. For the soup, you in the recipe you have ingredients. In ingredients, to make it up, that you require a knife to cut those vegetables or kind of thing. Similarly, here also you have knife, you have a recipe, you have a cookbooks, you have like all these kind of things. So not chef related words, they like bring it up into this thing, and they're using this thing. So it's very like, you have to have a like a local PC, you're running a cookbooks, then it directly impacting in the chef server. where this agents are like a client configurations will be take it up, pull these things and try to grab whatever yes, there is a change, okay, it pull that, it will pull that changes into the workstation. So it is kind of agent need to be run, like a lot of clumsiness it's been there in the chef. That's the reason chef was, and also it's not paid version, it's not open source, like people, you have to pay a lot for that to maintain those things. So, and again, they require to have a separate language for the Ruby. That's a separate scripting language. So it's very tough us to understand a new language, and running that only for the chef, you have to understand the Ruby. That all, a lot of clumsiness has been there for the chef. So Chef is been acquired by now. Chef is acquired by the Progress. That's also a company, and now Progress is also like, they're implementing a lot things in the Chef. This is a Progress software company. One of their product is Chef. So DevOps, they have a Chef. So these are the way they're, they're upgrading this Chef thing to make it up in a security perspective manner. They're updating this actually. Optimize your infrastructure management, migrating DevOps configuration risk. You can see this configuration risk. Watch on-demand Chef products mega launch discount tips. Such this is not a open source, so it is a kind of, you have to install a lot of thing, and it's a kind of, a lot of things actually. So this is a Chef, but architecture wise the same, like configuration, functionality wise same, two different products, but to use the two different mechanisms to do the activities actually. Okay. So any questions on the architecture?
No.
What about Puppet, Shiva? Does it use pull mechanism or push mechanism?
Sorry, your voice break, man. I couldn't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, okay. Your voice is little break, but okay, I'm able to hear you.
What about Puppet? Like what architecture it uses, and how is that when it comes to these two?
I'm not sure whether my voice has issue or yours one.
I
Is
can hear
anyone
him. I can hear him.
He's asking
you
what
able to hear
about
me?
Puppet?
Or
I can hear
I
both
can
of
hear
you.
you fine. I can hear both of you fine.
okay, so what's the question?
I wanted to know about Puppet architecture.
Oh, Puppet, yes. Puppet is also use pull mechanism. So it's similar like Chef. Sorry, it's similar like Chef. Both are kind of, similar architecture only. So it is also use pull mechanism only. Am I audible, guys?
Yes, Shiva, you are.
Okay, it is
Yes,
also
yes.
uses the pull mechanism. Chef Puppet is also uses the pull mechanism actually. Chef and Puppet are both, similar kind of configuration things. For writing this kind of, activities, that's all purely. It will have all the same thing. Puppet is also similar like a Chef actually, but that is even very much less percentage of people utilizing that. Any other question?
Siva, how to create a security group in EC2 Instant AWS?
Here you have autoscaler. You have autoscaling groups you can create here.
The security group, na network and security.
Here you want to create security group.
Yes, yes, network and security, right?
Here
So
you can do
what?
that security group.
Yes, how to create it?
Here you have security group creation. Create security group.
And
Group name, description, VPC ID can provide, and any outbound rules or inbound rules you have, you
just
can
like a
provide that.
information about the info section, basically how to identify the IP number, IP basically. below
Uh,
below. Yes, just like a custom and IP 000.0.0.0. What is
hmm.
this?
No, specifically see how much of traffic, outbound traffic. So inbound traffic mean to say like your server receiving like inbound to your application or your server. Outbound like how you are able to expose that things. So when you want to expose the things, like which of IP addresses you want to make your application intranet or internet. So if you use the custom any definition IP, it can be outbounded to the any definition IP. But no, you don't want to use like that. You want to have a specific IPs only, or you have to go to the specific ports only, or like suppose if you change here from the traffic, if you want to only do HTTP port, okay, you can use the HTTP, and port range is 80, and any specific IP you want to specific IP ranges you want to give, you can give this specific IP ranges, and you can do this thing. A similar manner, I have to change this. Let's add one more rule I can write. I can write
Yes.
custom TCP. I can write like all the TCP or custom TCP, or I can say IPv4, I can say HTTP, and I can use the port. HTTP it is working on only 80. If you're going on the HTTPS, you can have a one more port number 443. Like this, you're going add or like what kind of ports you want to enable. You want to enable these things. So suppose you want to do SSH. 22 port number. So like, what kind of inbound rules you want to allow, or what kind of outbound rules you want to allow for this particular server, defining in your security group.
Just like that, I have a one domain, right? How to map in my domain in the AWS? Domain
Domain
name,
means what kind of domain?
just like abc.com. I have already purchased this domain name, right? How to map this domain name in my AWS
That
EC2
domain
instance?
name you want to have, you have to go to the Route 53.
Shiva, one question here before we go there. So if inbound port, if I give 80 only, it will take all the 80 series port. Like you're getting me?
Yep, like port ranges will be like all from 80 port ranges. You have to add, like you have to enable one more port with 8080, or like if any of the port, like suppose now you're using for the Tomcat 8080, you require to enable the port 8080 here, or if you're going on 8081, you have to enable the port here. So that's how you can able to make it up things.
So my question is like, if I say just give 80, it will take all the 80 series port, or I have to give a specific port to enable, like 80, 80, 80, 90, 80, 91. If I just give
If
80,
no, see, simple thing. If you provide it as all traffic, if you gave it as all traffic, then it will. Guys, am I audible? I think like maybe I'm breaking, right? Or like is it clear?
No, no, your voice is clear.
Okay, it says like internet is unstable. So actually to say, right, like what kind of ports you want to enable, you are going on like either you can use all traffic or you can use a specific port. So sometimes, in real time, we won't allow it as all traffic, like how here I mentioned. Okay, if I mention all traffic here, let me change this.
like
Instead of this thing, if I use all traffic, it will enable all the traffic. But I won't do like this thing. So like I won't do like this. I have to specify the port of what kind of port I have to utilize. Suppose if I'm using only 8080 need to be enabled, you can enable for the specific port. Other than the port, you can't do that. Other than the port, remaining things won't communicate it with your servers.
okay. Thanks.
Suppose you have like domain name and you want to have that domain name, you can use Route 53. Route 53 is the one like, scalable DNS and domain names kind of things. So. And did you guys completed your AWS?
No, AWS is not completed.
Okay,
Maybe
maybe
it will
after
start
the,
next month,
Yeah.
next week.
okay, so after your DevOps completed, you'll going on the AWS. There you can decide, you can discuss on this Route 53 dashboards. So if you go to the create hosted zone here, you can have domain name registration also. In the hosted group, you can write it up like what domain name you want to have, and like how you want to have how you want to add this domain name to the private hosted zone or public hosted zone, and what kind of suppose your application like you won't have so you have a domain name and you have application, so both you can be connected here with by using Route 53.
Okay.
Okay, this is one tool you have to go with this thing. Okay, you have to create a hosted zone and you have to write the domain name and you have to write like a description and it can mark this thing. Once you create it, once you goes here inside of this thing, hosted zone, you can write it up a kind of entry, or you can write, you call it as the records, hosted zone records. For each and every hosted zone, you say like your application have a load balancer, or your application have like a kind of IP address. For that IP address, you have to attach to the DNS name. So that's how you can map your IP address to your DNS name. So when you use the DNS name, it will route it to the application hosted on that particular specific IP address.
Okay.
Okay. So any other
Okay.
questions?
Is this chargeable, Shiva? DNS
100%
thing?
chargeable. It will eat up your day. It will too much chargeable, man. A lot of very high chargeable kind of things. These are like all high prices details actually. So once you have hosted zone here, in this hosted zone, you have like a records. This records only your like you'll have records here. That record type C name, or like what kind of record you're creating and how like your traffic need to be routed. So all these things you can discuss. You can create it within this Route 53. Traffic policies, traffic records, domain registrations, anything you want to have, DNS firewall group if you want to create anything. All these things can be happen with Route 53. You can see the pricing, madam. Sorry, you can see the pricing here. This is $half per hosted zone. Okay, month for the first 25 hosted zones. Next is $10, 0.10 for hosted zone. Month for the additional hosted zones. So once you created like hosted zone included 10,000 records. For each record you have them 10,000 per zones. It will be charged 0.0015 per month. So you have these things. They have inside of that also they have like separate charges for that. Traffic flow is separate thing. IP based routing queries like $0.8 per million queries, 0.8 for over 1 billion. Again, it is 0.40 for million queries. Like traffic flow also is a different charges. Health checks also have a different charges. And Route 53 solid DNS firewall is one charges. Route 53 application recovery control is one charges. Domain name is one charges. So like will eat up your money like water. It will drink your money as a water. So make sure that you're not clicking anything here.
Shiva, what is the difference between infrastructure as code and infrastructure as service?
I don't know, like your voice is breaking with them. I am not sure what is my issue or this thing. I'm not able to hear you, buddy.
Infrastructure as code and infrastructure as service. Maybe what is the difference, main difference between Terraform and Ansible? Am I audible?
Are you asking like differences between the Terraform and Ansible?
Yes, yes, yes.
So Terraform is purely infrastructure as a code. So it is only do like a infrastructure as a code only. But where Ansible basically it is a configuration management tool. But now they're they're just changing their like they're able to connect to the servers. So they're able to make infrastructure as a service also to this configuration management. They're stepping out from configuration management. They're leading that configuration management to the infrastructure as a code. So the infrastructure as a code is also a part of your Ansible.
Okay.
Okay, so first thing I'll take here, you have to go on specific installation methods. Let me take. Just check. Give me a minute, guys. Even my download is taking too much longer than. So like Ansible, as you see, right, like you require to have Ansible. Now we required one thing, Ansible server and Ansible client. Both we will be created here. So I'll take like one Ansible, two instances, one as Ansible server, one as Ansible client, and I'll connect it both, and I'll try to do it from Ansible server to Ansible clients. So for that, I'm taking like Ansible server. What are the Ansible servers I have where I'm installing Ansible? I call it as a master machine. Or like what are the node machines mean to say what are the clients I have? I could call those other nodes. This is Ansible master, and other I can call Ansible nodes. Clients are called it as Ansible nodes in terms of their Ansible structure. So now I'm going to create one master, mean to say like a one master machine, mean to say where Ansible server, where I'm installing Ansible. And node machines mean to say it is all my like a different servers, like our client machines actually. So for there here, I'm using like installing things here. So you can see this install kind of things. And here you won't have like, but you are changing a little bit permissions wise to make it up communication for SSH communication from Ansible server to like Ansible node. Okay, so I gave like each and everything I gave in the this order. So you can go, you can use this installation method, installation doc for your installation things. As usual, I'm taking some EC2 instances. See, last week for one session, I left like my EC2 instances, like which one, T2.micro or something. Sorry, T2.medium. After my this thing, Kubernetes are completed, I forgot to like I forgot to close that. Okay, I forgot to close later evening, like next day afternoon or sometime. I remember. Oh, sorry, my bad. I didn't close my instances, and now it is charged like $2 for me. If I see the billing here, if you see the billing, so only for the Elastic Cloud Computing is $1.12, and if you see specifically for Amazon, like T2.medium instance, I just left it like for the 22 hours. Mean to say 22 hours I left like this thing, and it is charged as $1.12 for me. And I have like I took some EBS as well, like 2 instances I maybe kept, and 2 instances each one may be using 30. So it is also using 0.11 as like for this thing it is 0. For the data transfer, like kind of EBS I have, right? Like for the data transfer from these things, Asian Pacific, you can see here on AWS data transfer from this thing is also like it's chargeable for me as $0.1. As you can see. So Mumbai transfer. It has happened 1.27 GB and it has 0.1 GB for me as a charges. So make sure make sure you're closing every of your instances after your practice is completed, and do again if you want, you can do that again and again. Now
Shiva,
yes.
I mean, just out of box question. Like right now, due to the heavy charge of the cloud services, I mean, is that the big firms are thinking to retain their on-prem services rather than moving much to the cloud because the cost analysis is going quite high with the cloud services? because of
No,
this.
clouds, see, like even you require to main, not only that, right? See here, like if you require to have a on-premises servers, so you cannot, it's not that easy to maintain on-premises server. Buying on-premises server and using the power for that one. So suppose I have a like, some big server. So I required a separate room for that one. I required separate network for that one. I required separate AC. I have to maintain that, and I required kind of admin for to maintaining those things. I required a lot of wires for to maintaining that servers. There are like plenty of ways to do the maintenance here. Now I don't want a business. I can close the instance. Like that's how. If you're seeing that, from the perspective buying the server and maintaining the server and utilizing the server, like where you can see this, right? It's very easy here to get that because if you're doing on the on-premises server, more manpower is required, more lot of things has been required actually. So that's the reason. And also, right, like what you can see, it's required to have a more maintenance device, more lot of heavy thing, but it won't even like what you can say, it won't even more on when you compare both, you won't see the costable. And if you want to have a specific infrastructure, like complex infrastructure, or you want to increase on specific certain time, if you have a violations of your servers, like suppose if you want to have a violations of your servers, right, then it is can be you can't do on premises. If you just want to upgrade or you just want to provide more infrastructure, it is very tough. You have to buy the server, you have to go to the market, you have to buy the server, need to be bring it up, installation. All those things can be a lot of time taken process, and it's not that much easy. But simply like get here, click the server, you'll get your infrastructure as that. So it's that much simple actually.
Yeah.
See, I don't want to take like a lot of so suppose if admin has done something, my entire hardware goes up. If I don't have power, I have to pay a lot of power bill for that one. So, and I required a separate room for rented. I have to maintain that in the cool. What I can see, I have to maintain that is minus degrees to cool my server. And if someone is able to it's a very like again I have to use firewalls to make security for the servers. A lot of things I have to do, but this thing is very quite easy for me, right? It's a ready cooked product. You're going into the market. Like here it is also, you go if you are using infrastructure, you go into the market and bringing like ready-made chapati kind of thing, or else like you directly going hotel and you're eating some chapati, paying the money and coming up. Or like in your home, right, you are bringing like preparing the chapati, preparing the curry, all those things take a lot of efforts if you do in your own kind of things. And some people even take it up in the way, right? They'll get it this wheat, and they'll prepare that powder. They'll get it wheat from wheat, and they'll make it powder, wheat powder, and then they'll start doing the chapati. And this they'll grow in the vegetables, and they'll cut the vegetables. It's a kind of that much thing activity you are seeing into the on-premises to your cloud environments.
It is also cost efficient.
I'll take like Linux, one Linux as this thing, and I have like here I have reader. My Linux two. Using Linux 2. Let me see, this is previously they have different, this is now different thing. There's another feature eligible. I'm taking that. And again, I'm using t2.micro. This is okay for me. To make sure, I'm not sure this thing, it seems quite new for this AMS actually. This AMS I never seen with the Linux kernel 5.10. But anyway, I'm using that. If not, then I'll change this thing. Again, I'm going on the selecting specific select group. I have this thing. And each I'm just giving 15. and I'm taking 2 instances. So one thing I can mark it as Ansible master. Ansible node. So both are running. First, I'm taking this this thing. I have this thing anyway. Anyone joined in the morning session?
No.
I could see some people have received a mail for the new batch, right?
So even the morning session, Shiva,
Can we join there if you have some doubt?
I know that's a different batch, but I don't know how I could see. Prasanna madam, you only receive it, right?
Shiva, I received the mail.
Okay, so I don't know why you specifically received that.
Shiva, for first time I registered, by mistake, one of your staff registered for morning session. So I asked only evening session. Wrongly,
okay.
they registered for morning session. So after that only I changed to this batch.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you, madam. So here I'm using EC2-user is my this thing. I'm going on using private key. This is all same, but here
Shiva, you only conducting that morning session or some other trainer is taking?
no, actually it is. I won't take morning sessions, but this time, I'm taking morning session for one time. I'm taking morning session.
Okay.
Mostly I'll take evening sessions only. So actually, how it like I don't know 100% sure. They'll connect one morning session, one evening session to convey based on students. They do this batches like so some whoever coming on this particular day, whoever want morning session, they'll connect it on like this particular time. So might be I'm thinking in that way, but I'm not sure on that one. So yep, the first thing sudo -i. Okay, here I gave the list of activities what you have to do. First, you are going on sudo -i, next is sudo yum update. See here, I'm using yum. Okay.
M for Linux.
Yes, yum for the Linux based environments is also a kind of package manager, similarly apt. Okay, so you don't have anything, and I'm using here Amazon Linux extras. So similarly, like you have yum, Amazon Linux have Amazon Linux extras. This is also one kind of package manager. Okay, this is also one kind of package manager where they contains our Ansible. So see, they're installing Ansible, and for installing Ansible, see the first thing they're checking is the part downloading the Python packages. After that only they're going on the Ansible. So the last part is like after completing, okay, this 5.0.1.2 is enabled for okay. So here you can see this what you have here. So you can see here. Complete Ansible tool latest enabled HTTP modules, like these are all the package things you have here in this thing. Tomcat 8.5, you have a Java OpenJDK 11, and you have like Nginx, you have Postgres SQL, you have Python, you have like PHP 8.1, you have here Golang, you can have these are the kind of things it's already there as a package manager in Linux extras. Okay.
But Shiva, just like I want to change just like a version, just like a Java 11 is already installed, right? But I want to switch this Java 11 to Java 17. So how to do that?
You have to upgrade yourself. That's it. If you have Java 18, if you know Java 18 software, what is up like software ID they have, we can provide that one.
Okay.
If I use Java version here, Java is not there. So when I'm using sudo sudo yum is one package manager. I can
Yes.
use yum installer. If I use open jdk -11 -jdk. See, it's not there, but you know, in Ubuntu, this is what we have. Here it is
Yes.
say like Java -open jdk -11, I think.
No.
Use sudo yum install Java. It has Java simple. They mention it as a Java only. Okay, so you can directly install Java here. And if you want to install Java, see here, they're using Java -17 is one kind of thing. So you can use Java -17 as the installation of your Java. Okay.
No. I mean to say, just like I
No,
am.
no, you just you have to install that. Okay, so what it will do, right? Once you install, suppose if you have Java -11, if you're installing Java -17, it will update that as automatically.
Okay, just like I want to say, I have installing a Ansible, right? The Ansible contain a Java 11, right? But I want to upgrade Java 11 to
Now
Java
that's what you
18
have to
under the
install Java.
Ansible.
You have to install Java 17. That's it. You have to again install Java 17. So what it will do, it will like update your Ansible 11 to 17.
Okay.
So yep. So now Ansible is installed. Let me verify whether it is installed or not using Ansible iPhone version. There's a 2.9, I think. Okay, iPhone version. Sorry.
2.9.
Now it is 2.9.03. And also it provided some other activities, some other information as well. So configuration for Ansible, it is in /etc/Ansible config file, and configure module search path here is the modules, and Ansible Python module location and here, an executable location bin Ansible, Python version is 2.7.18. This is that information giving me, but here they're providing some kind of a configuration file. If I do this, the cd/etc/Ansible, and here I have, if I use here, I have two things here. Here I have ansible.config files, host files, and roles. If you go see here, like they're saying vi going this particular file, add a new group with a node private IP. So now, as I told, like what I told, these are the host missions. Am I right? I told you like these are the host missions kind of thing. Okay, these are the host missions. Like now in host missions, I have to update the paths as I told. Suppose first thing I'll go to the vi host file here. Choosing insert command. Here I have to provide the other server name. So here you can add, like see here, ungrouped host. You can add a collection of grouped hosts. You can have a DB server kind of things as a group. And if you want to have like DNS name, also you can have like this. You can create it like you can add your host details anyway. But I'm taking that as a dev as a dev group. For dev group, I require to provide their IP address for that. So in your here, right, like you public IP will be changes and your private IP won't changes. So I'm taking the node Ansible node private IP here. I'm just going on this particular, and I'm writing this IP. Now I able to map. Now I'm able to I added this particular other Ansible node or Ansible client inside of this host file as a one group called dev. Okay, one group called dev. Okay, Now, so now I have to say, yes, I have added the host files. Now Ansible take this host file as your host, like, when connecting it to the, when you're using your configuration files, use this host file as your like configuration thing. So for that, like I have to use vi Ansible configuration file. If I go here, that the host files it will take as inventory. And what is the client machines? How many client machines you have? All those things in call it as the inventory. All those things you call inventory. For the inventory, I am using this Ansible etc/Ansible/host file as my inventory. I'm using this as my inventory. And also I'm using sudo user as a only root user. Okay, sudo user, root user. So I just updated that and I save this thing. Here I mentioned that what you have to do, etc Ansible host, add a new group with a node as this thing. Even I can write it up like this thing. And dev. Inside of the dev, you can write like your IP address kind of thing. Okay, private IP. And after that, add Ansible configuration file, uncomment the inventory file and sudo user. Okay, so we done this thing now. Now we'll go on this.
Shiva, can you repeat like what inventory thing, like why that was required?
No, inventory is nothing but what are the host files I have to add. So now what I took like a /etc/Ansible and host is one file. It has been auto generated from Ansible. Now I updated my Ansible clients or Ansible nodes IP address as a host file, and I'll ask that Ansible take that file as an inventory for the further processing. To tell you, like I'll take here. So this IP address, this host IP addresses, right? I updated as in Ansible server to tell you. Okay, this is the configuration we have done. The client IP address we added into the Ansible server. That how we added, but Ansible server only take inventory. Okay, what inventory it required to have? It required to have inventory as a host file. That host file you updated all the IP addresses here. Let me write host file. IP address, just consider IP addresses.
That is private IP which you added in dev, right?
Yes. So inventory have host file path. Okay. Ansible will only look for the inventory. In this inventory, what are the host file path you have? It will take. It not required to have this particular host file. You can have your own like what you call custom host files also you can have, and you can add that as the custom inventory also here in this thing. You can create a custom host file, and then you can add that as inventory to the Ansible. So it will take that as the inventory for the processings. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Now we have this thing. 1 second. Sorry. So now we completed this Ansible thing configuration. Now we are creating like a user for an Ansible, password for an Ansible, and we are making this Ansible user as the sudo user. Mean to say it will have a root privileges to the add using. So now I'll take this add user Ansible. So next, I'm changing the password for this thing. So password authentication token updated successfully.
So password is Ansible now, right?
Yeah, I just created username as Ansible. One user I created as Ansible. And I've updated the password for that. Okay. After that, again, here I have vi sudo. I'm going on the sudo users. Vi sudo. Here I have, here I going on this thing. And in root privilege users, I'm updating this as Ansible as a sudo user. Yeah, here allow the root only can run the commands anywhere. Along with that, I'm using Ansible user as well, like which I created now. Okay. And I'm just checking this thing. Shit. So here I'm taking the same thing as like I'm adding this thing as Ansible -all, like this is a username I took and I updated that as root under the root section here. Okay. Okay. Or else if you want, you can give like this also, it can make sense.
So like why you pasted from there again, like allow people in the group again have to paste over there. And
No,
again
we
you
are
create-
no, like instead of root user, now we doing things are from the root user. Now I want to take that from the Ansible user. I don't want to take it up the root user. So I just giving Ansible as a sudo user.
Okay.
So that's what I've done here. So same thing, without a password, you can have allow people in the group wheel to run all the commands. So here, how I can write as a wheel, and also it can be run without password. Also, I can give as a star all. Okay, updated Ansible as a sudo user. And also I'm updating like you have SSHD configuration file. SSHD is a kind of configuration file where you are having like password authentications. Now I have to provide like yes, everything required to take it up a password authentications. That configuration I'm doing here. Okay. This is a like Linux. These are not related to any of your Ansible. This is a Linux based changes actually. So now vi/etc/ssh and ssh configuration file. I'm going on here. I'm just uncommenting and uncommenting as say I'm asking authorization password authentication as yes. Just updated that. After that, again, I'm just doing restarting that SSHD. After I've done the changes, right? I'm just restarting this SSHD. Done. I was able to like this thing. What I've done, I installed Ansible and you created a Ansible user and I've updated that Ansible as a root user and I updated password authentication yes for the SSHD configuration. So these are the 4 changes I've updated here now. Okay, this is the like things for this mission. Now I'm taking the new mission here. I'm taking one more session for my other client mission. So this is my IP address for Ansible node. Just use sudo yum update. So clear. Okay, I just clear this thing. Here I'm going on the same, and again I'm creating the Ansible user here as well. So same Ansible user, and same like I'm here also I'm doing the same Ansible user creation of Ansible user. So it is required sudo -i. I'm going on the add user as the same thing, and pass WD as Ansible. Again, I created the password. Same thing like I'm doing for the vi sudo changing Ansible as the sudo user in my machine. I'm not installing Ansible here. I not install Ansible here. I just only created in this machine. I'm only taking and adding as a Ansible user as a root privilege, because to update my these things. And after that, again, I'm doing some vi SSHD configuration, update password authentication as yes. Same whatever I did over there, here also I'm doing the same thing. I've done, and again, I'm just restarting the SSHD. And I'm checking like I'm just connecting to that user. I'm just moving out from root user to Ansible user. So now I came here. I can do ls here. I don't have anything. So now I've created. I just used Ansible user over there. Here also I'm just connecting to here also I'm using Ansible. Now I came to the both machines. I came to the Ansible user. Now what I have to do, I have to give some permissions like SSH permissions. So like I told like Ansible connected there. So how Ansible will be connected to the other machines? Through an SSH only, through an SSH only. Through SSH connect, it was always try to that connect to that machines. How you have to do that Ansible connected to that machines through SSH, that we are trying, we are making up here. So first you are generating key here. Ansible master machine only. Remember, you are generating like here how it is going to be authenticated. Like you have like multiple machines. How that machine is going to be authenticated? How our Ansible master is going to be authenticated over there? So to authenticate, we are using public key and private key combination. So you are generating that now. So here I'm using, I'm just generating a keygen, SSH-keygen. With this thing, it will generate a public key and private key combinations. Okay, so I just generated a key here. Here you can see this public key has been saved in home Ansible.sh here. This thing, let me show you clear. I can use cd/sh kind of thing. I can use ls-alia. I show you here. I have like this thing .sh. Here I have two things: IDRSA, IDRSA pub. IDRSA pub is a public key. IDRSA is a private key. Okay, this is what I have here. Now I generated a public and private key. So now after that, what I'm trying to do, I'm just copying copying that ID, like this public IP address. I'm configuring, I'm just moving into the other machines as well. So now see here, you have to take here this SSH copy, Ansible, and the public IP address of other machine. Okay, I take this thing at the rate of, what is the other public machine of this ID? This is a public IPv4 address. I'm just adding this thing. So it's say you want to connect. Yes. Password is asking the password. What are the password you given for the like host machine? Not you are like this server, not Ansible server. Like what are the machine? What are the host machine you gave it for your Ansible client? That password you have. Say now number of keys added 1. Now try to log in the machine with SSH Ansible. Now we can connect it to that machine through SSH as well, and you can do this thing. Now I'm just removing this thing. Now here I'm doing SSH here. I can do that. I can connect now. I just copied a public key and private key kind of from here and I gave this authorization as well. So if I show you here, I'll go this other machine here. If I do ls -la, I have SSH here. Just it created just now. If I do this cd.ssh here I have ls. Here I have authorized keys. If I do the vi authorized keys, here I have Ansible at the rate of IP of 31.882 at the rate of this is the mission they showed me. Like what is this mission? What is IP? 172.31.882. If I see here 137 172.31.882. This is a mission, right? 172.31.882. If you see here 172.31.882. So now this mission has added as a authorized keys. This other client now be configured like authentication factor here. So now this this Ansible server mission can connect it to that Ansible client missions through the SSH because you already provided the authentication factors as well by copying the SSH key which is generated in your master machine. Okay. If you want to have, you can directly use this thing. Use SSH Ansible. You can use this the rate of IP address here. You can use the rate of IP of this public machine is here. This is a public IP. See now I'm able to connect. See, this is a IP 172 this thing. Now here as a IP, I have 172.31.0.200. This is the IP address for my machine of my worker machine.
Shiva, the IP you have given is the IP of the master, right? Public IP.
No, I gave the here, like you can see this Ansible node. I just connected from my master machine. I connected to the client machine. That's what I shown you here. This is my client machine.
Oh, RAID is the client. Okay.
Yeah, I just connected to the client now. See, even I can create a file here, a touch file underscore master. If I do the ls here, I have file underscore master here, but I created here in this machine. Why? Because I was able to connect it to that machine from here, and I was able to operate from here to there. Like me to say now, I was able to connect it to my client machine through my master machine. This is a configuration you done with Ansible. Okay. Now Ansible configuration is completed. Now you are good to work. You are good to proceed further on your Ansible. So this is a one-time setup you're done. Now I can do anything from my Ansible to the client machines. Now Ansible configuration to the host machine is also done. Okay. It is also added as an authorized keys. All those things is done. Now you are good to proceed further on this thing. So any questions here?
So Shiva, 3.13 is the master, right? And 5.3 is the node, I mean child.
Yes, here 31.0.200 is the node mission. Okay. Here this is the 882 is the my master mission.
So you create a file in the master and that is reflecting in the child.
No. I took it as SSH of that mission, buddy. So I was doing the SSH and I was able to connect it from. See here, I was able to bring it up that server here.
Okay.
And again, I'm doing exit here. Now, even from the master mission, I was able to connect it to that other mission. That's what I shown you here.
Yeah.
So to tell you in a very generic way, I have created I have two servers, like one is Ansible server, other one is like a client mission, Ansible client mission. Now I configured both and I was, I created a connection establishment between both. That's what I've done here with help of Ansible.
Yes.
Okay. So any other questions?
Can we connect same way via private IP?
No, you can connect with only public IP. You cannot connect it to private IP. And we'll try, no worries. Does it make sense?
Yeah.
I'm just have to clear this thing, and I'm going on here. I'm in my mission. So my Ansible configuration done. Any other questions on this Ansible configuration? Okay, good. So here I'm just clearing. Now I am good with this Ansible. Now what I have to do, I've configured that. Now how my configuration, like how I can do the configuration management activities. So to do that configuration activities, you're going on 3 ways. Okay, you can perform the configuration things with the 3 ways. One is modules, like sorry, ad hoc commands. Let me write here. Did we? Okay. You're writing ad hoc commands, ad hoc modules, and playbooks. So these are the 3 things you have here with the help of 3 configurations only. You're going to write. Okay, now what I have to do here? Okay, now what I have to do? First thing I'll see ad hoc commands. What is meant by the ad hoc? Ad hoc mean to say in your,
Random.
sorry,
The document's random, right?
on the screen itself, ad hocly you're executing the commands. On the command line tool, you're executing the commands as you call ad hoc commands here in this Ansible. Okay, so I'm going to connect it to that machines, and I'm writing those things with a kind of command line, a simple command. With a simple command itself, I'm able to execute the things. So what is the ad hoc command structure? Ad hoc command have a different structure here. Okay, so ad hoc have a different command structure. So what that kind of a structure you have? So see, it's a simple thing. Like now I require to connect it to that machine. I require to connect it to that machine. How can I connect it to that machine? You already saw like you have a SSH kind of doing things. So now you're going to that particular machine. You're going to provide a SSH kind of configuration over there. For that, you require to have a kind of a group. It's a simple, like straightforward. You have to have this thing, kind of syntax. That syntax we're going on. The syntax is very simple. First is Ansible. Ansible is a common, and after the Ansible, you're writing it as what group you're writing. 1 second, let me tell you. Okay, sorry. What group you're writing here? So now you have to provide the group name. What is the group name we created? What is the group name we created? Here you can just say group name. And after that group name, you have to say you have to providing attributes. So -a attributes. Here you can say you can provide the command. So if I say Ansible, I gave group as a dev group -a, and command what I say If I want to install some kind of things, if I require to install some kind of things, if I want to install some other things, you can say, I'll do one thing, touch file one. I'm just trying to create a file called touch. I'm creating file one with this simple command in other machines. So I'm just going on this thing. What is the group we gave? What is this dev? Where I gave the group name as the dev?
Master.
No, I in specific on particular path, I gave this group as the dev. In master only, but what is the specific path? Here in this Ansible host file, I created that as a group dev and updated the node a private IP here. Can you able to see this thing? Can you remember now?
Yes.
So now I was able to create here. The same thing I'm going on Ansible. Okay, why it is not happening, buddy? Okay, Ansible. And Ansible, I'm using group as dev -a attribute, and I say touch file one. So you want to connect to the machine? Yes, it is done. So let me go here. What I have here?
So file which you create in the master.
No, file created in the client machine.
Yeah, that's it.
I ran from the master through the Ansible command. It was executing this command as created the file one. Now I'll say rm file one. Done, right? So it was able to perform, things from your, it was able to perform some of the activity that you can directly do it from the command line. Okay, but that you providing in a host file like that. That's what here you have to understand. Okay, so here is Ansible group name. Here you can provide. Even if you want to provide, you can provide like a git install, sudo apt install git. All those things you can provide here. That is also can be possible here. Okay, but anyway, well, it's a command, so we're going on more on the module kind of things. This is a command. At a command, you can provide any of the your if you want to kill some process, you can use any of the Linux command you can provide here. Okay, any of the Linux command you can provide here. Next is modules. Modules is also like I'm writing that as also kind of I'm writing that as a ad hoc module. Why I'm writing ad hoc module? Because I'm able to run the module same on my CLI. But what like module mean to say, it usually module mean to say group of commands. Usually module is nothing but in a very generic statement, module is a group of command. So how can what are these modules? Ansible, if you say Ansible, providing you more than 1,000+ modules to executing. So like some specific activity, they created that as a module. Okay, they already have like a group of they have around 1,000+ modules they created. So these are the modules they created for activities. So for based on your functionality, you can use any of this module to execute your permissions. And we're going to utilize even playbook also. We're going to utilize these modules only. We're going to use these modules only. So you have to like, based on your functionality. Suppose I'm using M module. M is a package manager. You remember, right? M is a package manager. We want to do the copy. See here, copy files to the remote locations. You can use copy, you can use different types of, here they provided a lot of modules. So going on understanding on these modules is very important. Okay. So you have around 3000 plus modules they have created for this thing. So it's very tough for us to understand modules, but based on your requirement, you're understanding what module you want to have, and you have to see whether any other such modules you have, and you're understanding that modules. There is no other way. That is a complex things here in you have here in modules. Okay, suppose if I'm going, I'll take M module only. 1 second, someone knocked my door. 1 second, guys. Yep, sorry guys. So like if you want to go M package, here I can click this M package. Here I have syntax for that, like what modules contains, like any of the information it required to have, so list kind of thing, install root, name of thing. Like here they gave you complete information. So first thing is state. So what M do, M is a package manager, you have a software. If you want to do some installation things, see here absent, install the latest, present, removed. Present or install kind of thing, you can use whether to install, use present or installed or latest. To remove absent or remove a package, present or install will simply ensure that desired package install. Latest will update the specified package if not have a latest version. absent removed from the package. So here, like, you have this kind of options where you want to go and you have to see like each module, what the module purpose and what have to have options for that module and all you have to see here. And after coming here, we are going to install, we are going to execute these modules. Okay, and even in the playbooks also we're going to do the same thing. Even in playbook also we're going to do the same thing, but for the modules also, now here we're going on the ad hoc kind. So you're invoking that same module as the ad hoc things. So for here, like, same Ansible, you have Ansible, and after the Ansible you have like kind of what you can call you have to write a module name, like a group name first thing. Okay, you have to write a group name here, like so let me show you. Yep, so Ansible and group name. Dev is my group name. And suppose if I require to install something, most probably I require to have a root user, right? Either if I'm running, like sometimes it's that required to be root user. So I have to give -b. Okay, let me write here. -b become root user. -b become a root user. And now I have to provide -m, means a module. I'm providing a module. What is a module? I'm using m as a module. I'm using m as a module, and app as a module, anything. So again, I am using -a as the attribute. Now here I have to provide, what module you are trying to do. Now I am using m module. With the help of m module, I have required to install something. What I have to install something. So here I have to have a kind of, so double quotes, package equal to, if I'm using Maven, I'm trying to install Maven, and state equal to present, state equal to present. So here Ansible, even I can say instead of Devik here I can say group name -b. Here I can say package manager. Here I say module name. That's a kind of command you can say. Now we'll run the same thing here in this thing, like you can say Ansible
So
group
Shiva,
name as
state
dev.
to present means
We're trying to install, as I shown you right now in module states for this thing. So here you can see state, absent, install, latest. If you require to install some kind of thing, whether to install, you're using a state equal to present, nothing but then it will install your package.
okay.
So here I'm going on Ansible group name dev, -b become root user. I say good, and -m module I'm using, module as I'm using m module, and -a, and the same, I'm trying to install Maven here. I'm trying to install Maven here. So this is a command for my Maven. Now I'll take this thing, same, I'll run it from an Ansible whole machine. I'm using Ansible group name -b become root user, and -m like module name, -a attributes, and package is equal to Maven. And before that, I'll check like whether the package is available here. Let me check whether Maven is available or not. Hey, if I had gone right, sorry. Think this mission gone. So I'm using mvn hyphen version. It's a mvn command not found. Now I'm going on here, same other machine here. I'm going on, I'm trying to install this thing. Why state equal to present, madam? Here, like, to install a kind of things, right? This module have a states as to install. They gave a kind of options to whether install. They're using present, installed, or latest. To remove of any of the software, they use absent or removed as a package. So present and installed will be simply ensure that describe desired package install, where latest will update the specified package. So that's the reason I've used that as a present. Either I can use install as well. It's not something mandatory to be used that as a present. Even I can, instead of this thing, I can say installed. Now it's a completed. Now if here I go and I use the same maven command. Will it coming the maven command? Previously, when I use a maven version, it says like maven command not found. After I executed, MVN version has been integrated here. Like you can see here, this thing. So now what I'll do here, the same thing I'll use. Sorry, the same thing I use, but here I use, instead of present, I'll use absent. Or instead of absent, I can use remove also. Anything is fine. So it says completed. These are changes to be removed, maven. What happened now? Okay, now this time I was unable to get the maven again, because here I have maven, but now here in this maven, I was unable, I don't have maven here. Okay, so now because it got removed, actually it was not there. Now it was removed actually. So here I have, this is how we can included modules. So here this way you can upgrade softwares, or you can do, even you can here write sudo am update. You can do like you can run any of here, any of the things you can run on this specific things. If you want to copy, you can use a copy also here in this module. You can use copy module. Suppose if you want to do the same copy module, like what you have to do, Ansible dev -b -m copy module -a attribute, and the source equal to, and destination equal to provide this information for the copy module. So based on what kind of comment, what kind of action you want to do, you can you're going to perform that. Okay, is everyone understand this?
Hi, Shiva.
Yes.
Shiva, just like I am access a master machine, right? Master VDM machine, right?
Mhm.
And you can access a node instance, right? And you
Yeah,
can install each and everything on the node machine with the help of master, right?
yes.
The same command is executed on the node machine as well.
No, in node machine you don't have Ansible, right? Like in node machines you not install Ansible. So how
Okay.
Ansible works?
Okay. That means ki Ansible are installed in the master machine, right?
Yes, Ansible is installed on the
execute each and
yes.
everything with the help of Ansible in just like a node machine, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
So you're taking, see, go to this architecture. If you remember this architecture, here I have installed Ansible server. Mean to say my Ansible master, I have Ansible here. And now here through the modules, I'm executing the client missions. Anything, operation I want to perform in the client missions, I'm doing this thing.
That means a node machine, just like a client machine, and
Yeah,
just
yeah,
the
yeah.
master is Ansible
Host
server.
machine or node machine, client machine, anything is the same name.
Okay, okay, got it.
I can say client or host, or I can say like a node machines as well. Okay.
Okay, okay, sure.
So any questions? Okay, so now same thing you're going to write with a kind of a playbook. So whatever you executed, these are all a kind of, you execute commands. It will tough for us to remember kind of thing. So now we're going to do the same thing with the help of playbook. So as I told, playbook is required to have yaml. So then you have to learn yaml, and after learning the yaml, you're going on the like a playbook. So do you want to take break and come back and start AML, or after completion of AML, we will take break? How we want to have?
So after YAML, we can take a break, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we can have a break now.
Yeah, after break we will start.
It's up to you. So anything is fine. So anyway, 8:52, we'll take a break now. We'll be back in 15 minutes and we'll go on AML. And immediately we created a playbook and we executed the playbooks. Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm back, guys. You guys are able to hear me? Okay. So now we will start AML. So we'll start understanding AML. Okay. AML is a yet another markup language. What does this mean by the markup language? Usually you have a programming language and markup languages. You have like, different types of languages. Suppose even we saw like a programming language. Programming is language is kind of, initially it was in human readable format, and while you required to install, while it required to be converted into the mission understandable format, then only the machine was able to execute things. But here in the markup language, it's a very like high level English language kind of thing only. But here it is the very important is the structure. Okay, so in a normal programming language, you can write like, it's not specific kind of things, but here you have to write a specific, format kind of things. The like, okay, so
Shiva,
like what
share
kind of,
the screen, Shiva.
oh, I'm not, so okay. Sorry, madam. So what type of markup languages we have here? So suppose if you see, I have HTML or like JSON or XML. Like this, I have different types of markup languages. So moreover, like, even HTML is also purely like one kind of markup language. So you see like more related on JSON, XML. These are the kind of, serialization languages, like how AML, JSON, these are all kind of a serialization kind of things. But when you see it, right, like when you see AML, when like a JSON and AML both, right, they have like, what do you call, they have like what you call the tags. They have like physical appearances, the different kind of thing, like and what to say, suppose if you take in AML, it required to format like this thing, say like XML, required to have close with you're required to write like this thing, like XML. But if you say JSON, right, like JSON is also kind of, everything will be related in, everything will be written up inside of this format kind of thing. But where you don't have this kind of a structure oriented to the XML. Sorry, these don't have a structure oriented, similar structure oriented with AML. AML is a kind of very high level English kind of thing, and it's easy to return. That's the reason it is very famous. That's the reason it is very famous. Okay. So how you have to write, like how your AML look like. So for every AML, you have a version. You have to write version, libraries, packages, many things you have to write. But most majority thing here, you have to write arrays and list. You have to write arrays and list. Suppose I want to write like a vegetable names and fruit names. So suppose I want to write veg names. It's a simple thing. So I say veg. Here it is this thing, and here is a very important is spacing. Okay, in AML, spacing is very important. Okay, so you require to have a spacing is very much pretty important in AML. If you not provided proper spacing, like it won't understand the things in that way. Like you can't see the error, like it goes to like a different types of errors, those kind of things. So remember, spacing is very much pretty important for these things. Okay. Able to understand, guys? Spacing is very, very important for this thing. So I'll show you like how you have these things, how you writing the spacings. I can show you, but okay, I'll show you like a spacings. So it YAML, right? Like if you're writing, it is a purely key value kind of combination, key and value kind of programming language. It's a key value pair combination. You're writing everything as a key value pair kind of things. Suppose I want to write some kind of things like a kind of suppose to say animal. So this is key and key command space value here as a dog. I can say one animal, one dog. I can say fruit. Fruit space, you have to give mango. And here, if I say a veg colon space, I can use like any of the veg, tomato, cucumber, like a cucumber, like this. I can give any of the name. So this is what you call key value pair. And here, this is the space. What you call this is a space. This is a spacing is very, very pretty important in your YAML, and also indentation. I'll tell you like a spacing, or you call indentation. Okay, so here this is what you're writing like a. I'll remove these things. Okay, here everything in terms of key value pair combinations only. Everything, whatever you write, everything you have to write inside of with the key value pair combinations only. Remember, everything you're writing key value pair combination. Suppose like I have I have like a space to say I have to add extra attributes to the space thing to say like a soup. I say I want to have tomato, right? Not tomato. Tomato soup. Suppose if I'm writing like this thing, so you can't write like this if you have provided extra attributes as a spaces. You cannot write like this. You have to put it up that in the quotes. Cannot write like a, if it's a direct value, it required to, it's a single statement, single like a single word. You can write like this thing. If you're writing it as more extra addition features to or extra what you call the extra attributes like space, spaces, hives, and all those. Sorry, 1 second. Like if you're adding like spaces like these things, right? Have to put it in the double quotes. Remember, have to put in the double quotes. Okay, anything good here? Guys are able to hear me?
Yes, yes, Shiva.
Yes, Shiva.
Yes, yes.
So you understand like what is the here animal, like if it is a key, you're giving this thing, and the space you're giving dog. So this is a value. This is what this is the way you're doing this one. Okay. Now here other activity is array or list. Array or list. What is meant by the array or list? Like in a group of items. Suppose if I want to write multiple vegetables, multiple. So now here I write cucumber. I want to write multiple vegetables here. So how can I write that as a list of vegetables here? How I can write list of vegetables here? So list of vegetables, if I require to write, I can say space and like a 2 spaces hyphen again space. I have to provide like if you're providing multiple names, if I'm providing multiple names, I have to provide. Or if I say single name, tomato hyphen cucumber hyphen brinjal. Like this, I have to provide. Like this, I have to provide. Like this, I have to provide a list. Even here in the list or array, you can write like this as well. Okay, hyphen name equal to a key value pair including in array. If a name included into kind of, give me some vegetable name, buddy. Green chili. I can write like this thing. It's a, now you have to write like this thing. Okay, so either you can write like this thing or you can write like this thing. But here, this is what you called arrays. So suppose example to tell you, you are like, school. Okay, you are running a school. In the school, what are the departments you have? You are writing that as arrays. Okay, what is the department you have? You're writing the arrays. Similar manner, like suppose you're writing a student's details. Okay, you're writing students details. So suppose you say like a sixth class student. Sixth class student have multiple arrays. Sixth, I just put it as sixth class. I have like a 30 student, like 10 students in the sixth class. In sixth standard, I have 10 people. So I write hyphen name equal to Shiva, hyphen name equal to Ram, hyphen name equal to different name I can say. But if I want to know, like I just giving the list here. I'm just giving the list here. Now I want to understand, I want to get more details about the Shiva. Okay, so suppose I want to like suppose I want to understand like even to tell you just giving sixth standard, like I just put it as sixth. In the sixth here, I have different students. Suppose I say Shiva. Shiva, I want to like suppose here I put it as Ram. I put it as like a different name. Okay, I put it as Devi. Like this thing, this kind of, I have list. Now I want to get more details about the Shiva. Okay, now I want to write more details about the Shiva. So that you called dictionary. You're writing dictionary to the Shiva. So like this, your list contains dictionaries. So you good with array? How you writing the array? Like you're writing like this what we call the objects. These objects are group you call. This group will have a list or array of items. This called list of items. This one you call objective or like a group. Anything you call it as object to a group. Okay, you call this is a good thing here. You're able to understand this array or list, how you're writing?
Yes.
Yes.
So next you have dictionaries. Some people call it as a directories, some people call it as dictionaries, different things they call, or they call it as directories. Just in terms of, take it up one language, you call it as directories. Or maps. So now what I can take, like suppose I have a Shiva. As I told, like a Shiva is a this thing objective, and Shiva, like what I have is a male candidate and DevOps engineer. I can say name. You can say course. So it is not the list I'm writing about, not list about anything. I'm not writing any list for the Shiva. I'm writing about the directories of the Shiva. So this directory won't have hyphens. Remember, if you have hyphens, mean to say that is nothing but list of items you're writing. Now here I'm writing the directories of the Shiva. So I write out inside of details of the Shiva. Okay, can you able to understand now? Can you able to understand the differences between the vegetable here and dictionaries here, like arrays list and dictionaries here?
So it's also kind of key value only, right? Name and
No, everything is key value only. Here everything is key value only. So entire your YAML purely based on key value statements. Okay, now let me show you the spaces differentiation. If you see the key value, here you have this space. Okay, but for array, you have this space and this space. But for the dictionary, you have this space only. Able to understand? See, spacing is very important, as I'm telling, like this is you call indentation. So this is very pretty much important. Here I'm showing a key value pair. You have the difference here. And for array, you have space here, you have space here. And for the normal dictionary, sorry, directories, you have space here. So this is what you call spacing or indentation for your statements, indentation. So this is what you call indentation. This is what you call spacing. See here, for after the key, you have any spacing that is required to value. For dictionaries and for this thing, this is what you called indentation. This you called spacing. Okay, and now previously I tell about the spacing. Now I'm telling two words. One is indentation and other one is the spacing. So when you're giving it for the arrays, you're writing an indentation, and when you're giving it as the value kind of thing, you call it as spacing. Here it is a spacing. This is indentation. Again, this we call as spacing. Yeah, this we call indentation. Okay, any of the before any of the value, any of the key before you writing that you call indentation, anything before the value you call it as a spacing. Okay, able to understand?
Yes. Even after name, there's a space, right? Name and mail in the dictionary.
That is a kind of see here, if you say name here, this is a spacing only. That is a space. See, after any of the value you have, that we call it as spacing only. But before the key, you call it as indentation. Before the key, you call it as indentation.
Okay.
So now I'll combine arrays with the dictionaries. So I'll combine arrays with the dictionaries.
Shiva, indentation, that means a double space, right?
Like there is no standard for this is indentation. You can see like you providing it as a two spaces. You have to follow the entire thing as a two spaces. Very good question. So it's not something like two spaces only you have to give, three spaces only you have to give. There is no standard. But as per the usual best practice, we give two spaces. But when the starting of your act, when first 2-3 lines of your program, if you're giving indentation as a three spaces, you have to like follow the same indentation for your entire playbook. Okay, not only playbook, for any of YAML, if you're following one indentation, it has to be go with entire program. So suppose here I gave two spaces, here I gave three spaces, then it won't take it up like that. Okay, if you gave like this, it won't take. You have to follow the indentation very strictly here. The spacing, indentation is very important. Remember, indentation, spacing, indentation is very important. Okay. And where you have to write the list or array, or where you have to write the dictionary is very important. Suppose here I'm writing a school, like I'm combining both. I'm writing about the school. Okay, I'm writing about the school. In the school, I have here, as I could say, so two spaces I can have here as a 6th standard in a hyphen 7th standard. I can write like this thing. Or if I take the 6th standard here also, I can take again, I can say two spaces. Again, I can give a list inside of the list here. I can give about Shiva, about I can give Ram. Here I can give as Devi. So now here, this is what I have listed now. I am combining with the directories on this thing. So now I'm required to write about the Shiva here. So two spaces after S starts. Here I can say name, a full name. I can say full name. I can say like a Shiva Prasad. Mail, DevOps, and phone number 8142424242. This is a kind of phone number. So like this, I'm writing now here I'm combining arrays and with the dictionaries.
Okay.
Yeah, someone has been in harming. Let me mute them. Okay, sorry. So here I combining like list. inside of the link, inside of the one list I have taken, inside of the list I taken, and inside of that list also I provided dictionaries. You able to understand? Hello,
Yes, Shiva.
any questions here?
You have given example so that we are understanding here. What if there is nothing? How we can differentiate means this?
Okay, so while coming to the Ansible, just this is AML. I just ask you to understand the AML. Okay, so now what you have to write? You have to write just a playbook. Just consider you are going on say simple playbook. Okay, a simple playbook you're writing. So in the simple playbook, what are the things you have to write? So you're writing multiple tasks. You're executing multiple. You're writing that as a module. Module. So inside of the module, like you want to execute multiple, like actually playbook will have a task. Suppose like to say playbook have a task. So everything inside, I didn't tell about the playbook. So but I'm telling you like playbook have a tasks. Okay, here I want to do hyphens. I want to use the modules, list of the modules. So suppose here M module, and next I want to utilize copy module. In the M module, what I have to here use, I have to write the M module details, and here I have to write copy module details. Inside of the copy module, what I'll have, I have source. And I have destination. Here I have M module. In M module, what I have here, I have package. And I have state. Like the same, whatever the way you created, you're writing like the similar way here. You able to understand now?
Yes, yes.
So same logic here, same logic, like
What
the
if
same.
we give their extra space or something? What error we'll get?
It says syntax errors. Syntax. Okay, here that's the reason you have like YAML validators as well. Okay, I'll show you YAML validator. You call this thing YAML validator. So when you write something, you have to execute here, like whether you're writing YAML in the proper way or not.
Okay. So we can use this in our work to check whether we are writing properly or not. No?
Yes.
Okay, okay. This is good.
YAML, small, you won't understand, buddy. YAML is a kind of very much headache. Writing is very easy. If you
Yes.
gave some small spaces somewhere, like if you mistake, like write these things, right? It is, if it will usually take like 1 hour or minimum 30 minutes to identify that.
Yes, yes, correct. I have worked on these things. Means,
But you have to write in the very, but writing is very easy, troubleshooting is very hard to identify.
correct, correct.
Even it won't have anything, just a key value pair, that's it, just a key value pair. Even I didn't write anything here, like any of the programming language here, it's a simple key value pair. I simply ask, do this thing, that's it.
Yes.
Okay, so coming to the playbook, okay. Playbook need to be start with 3 hyphens. Any of the YAML starts with 3 hyphen is nothing but a playbook. Okay, Ansible playbook which start with 3 hyphens, and then here you have like some kind of specific details for your YAML to say like first thing, name of that hyphen space name. If I have multiple things, you can say what I have to write here. No, 1 second. 1 second, guys. Yeah, sorry guys. So like this, you're writing like a playbooks. So this is a standard, like you need to be start with the 3 dashes. That's one thing, one thing related to the playbook. After that, you're writing like a wow, to say you have like modules. We told like about modules, name of that, what is this thing, and we also like we gave. And here one more thing we have to mention about the key value pair. It is also allowed Boolean things. I'll write it up as one more thing here is Boolean things. Mean to say a kind of yes or no, or became root user. Like suppose if I wanted to, I just gave -b became root user, right? Previously, now here also I can say become. I can say yes. Here I can say Boolean values also to accepted here. Okay. So remember that Boolean values also accepted. Here I can say name. I can say group name also I have to give here, like what kind of group name I have to give. So all those things I can mention here. Say like what say I can say group name, and what is the this thing like a become root user. So all those things I can mention here for my these things. So suppose if I require to write installation, so installation, I just write a Maven installation, a simple thing. I say Maven, same name, I write it up here, install Maven. And now I want to give host. What is the host I gave? What is the host group I gave? Host group as dev I gave. And I ask like, become root user. Become root, yes, I can provide, yes, become root user, yes. And now here it will have a task. It will have task. So what is this task is do? This task is do all the activities, whatever the activities you want to write here, you have to write that tasks, right? Tasks. Instead of the tasks, I have to write what are the tasks I want to say. Suppose if I require 2 spaces, hyphen, space, I have write multiple tasks, mean to say multiple list of the task I'm writing. So here I'm writing name. install maven here, or install something here, or if I require to something right here, so I can write like this thing. Name I can say yam module maven install. I can say yam module. I take in task is m module, and I can say space yam. I can give m, and I can give it as same. For m I have package here in the package I say maven, and here in this thing I have a state equal to installed. There's a simple YAML file which I have. There's a very simple thing here I have. So any questions here?
What is that become on here state? What exactly that will thing?
State is nothing but what you want to do, like whether you want to install maven or whether you want to remove the maven. That is what you write it up here in this yam module. I shown you like a couple of times as well. So again, I'll show you no worries. If you see here, this is the M module. Here, the state differentiates says whether you want to install or whether you want to do what you want to do with this M package. So package M, I asking to say install maven. Here I say installed. Here it says to me installed is something to see present and install. Simply ensure that desired package is installed. Okay.
Shiva, that indentation thing is a bit confusing. Like how you're following for everything, you're using 2 spaces, or like
The same.
for
Like can you see? Can you see like how what I gave here? This is the heading line I gave here. So the task is 2 spaces here. Okay. A package for the 2 spaces here I gave.
Okay.
So always is
Yeah, that's what I said. Like it's not standard. You have to give 2 or 1 kind of thing, but what you giving, you have to follow. Like in entire program, you have to follow the same one particular line.
Okay.
Writing like this thing also, you have to write like these things. Write like this thing. It's all like if you have multiple things to write it up here.
Okay.
Based on how you want to write it up. See, you what kind of logic you want to implement, and if you want to have multiple see if you have a multiple task here, you can write here like this thing, and you can write one more say hyphen name, then m module remove. I can say remove. Again, I can give, or I can say like a copy module here. I can say copy. I can say 2 spaces. I can say copy. And in the copy, I can say source. I can say destination. So like this, you have to provide what module you want to have, what modules you have to provide that modules. You have to provide that modules. That modules can only help you to run your activities, Okay. Now let me take this thing like I'm just removing this thing. I'm just taking this particular part here, and I'm just giving you like a kind of this is my YAML. Let me write here in the YAML link. I gave you this thing.
Spelling
Shiva.
mistakes become.
Can you check why it is?
Scalar node and at line A, column 2. Spacing issue.
See 8 line gone. Now 9 line. What is the 9 line issue?
So package is inside yum, right?
Sorry.
The package is inside yum.
Yes,
So one more tab space.
I have, right? 2 spaces.
I think one more tab will solve the issue. Again in the state also.
Tab actually is,
Sorry.
I think it's not tab. It's only space bar. The first line, then
Tabs are not allowed. Means package should start from Y.
I think line number 8, a hyphen is required, hyphen space.
I already gave hyphen name.
P should start from
Yum is under a name.
by Y.
Sorry.
P should be placed at the Y place. PKG should be start from Y.
No, instead of M detail, M, I'm writing the details, right? This is correct only, but this is a playbook, so that's the reason it won't it's not happening. So let me run this playbook and I'll show you like how you are writing. Okay.
Shiva, can you put on a mute, please? To all.
You already done mute all the page, all the participants. Okay. So now I'm just creating VI, a kind of, mvn.yaml. I'll take the same thing here. But remember, it starts with 3 hyphens. Okay.
yes.
Okay. I'll just get this thing. How to run this playbook. Now I have a playbook. Now, how to run this playbook? So Ansible hyphen playbook, Ansible hyphen playbook, and we have to write mvn YAML.
Yes.
Okay, simple this thing. So see here, it says some error. In the line number, same line number, it says there is a here it give you some kind of here error here.
I think it's not a correct format.
Yep, I'll change that one, but I'm showing you like we're unable to process read JSON or YAML. The error we got fetched from this thing, like they say here package say there appears to be a tab character at the start of the line. So while we're writing, we gave tab. Let me change that. Okay, or else you can do a little bit changes as you can write like this thing. Not your tab is not allowed here. You can say task I take.
You can write pkg-ng,
Sorry.
package ng, like pkg-ng.
That is okay. Like no, you're asking about the PKG, right? No, that is
Yes.
PKG only.
Right, huh? Okay.
And done a little bit changes. Let me run again. So it says here only it is not taking. Even we're writing the same thing here as package. Also we gave this as a package only. Okay. So that is, so now again I'll reconfigure things like it is. You have to make sure what I do, I'll remove the hyphen name here. Okay. See here, hyphen name install maven here itself. It say now host is not valid attribute. So it is giving you like, for one kind of thing, it is started giving you multiple errors. Okay, but started giving you multiple errors. So let me write again yum. Yeah, I'll write it up here in new YAML. Let me remove this thing, entire thing. Then you'll understand. So this is what I told, like what errors are like, how look like errors kind of thing. Oh, 3 dashes, and now I've just gave like a hyphen name here. Hyphen name. Yes, to say install maven. Next, and what you have to give host files, hosts. And here I have to say dev. Here you can see this host I gave. This is also one of the problem. I have to give hosts, not given host.
Post, yeah.
Also the name of Maven.
That is okay. Okay, you have to give hosts. There's also one error we require to identify. Next, become. Become, I say yes. Next, I'm giving tasks. What is the task I'm writing? Hyphen name. I can say install maven. Back here name, I can say yum module. This yum module I'm giving here as a pkg equal to maven and state equal to present. Okay, now I done a little bit changes here. Let me do this.
So, but still, we are maintaining the indentation earlier also. So, what is the standard way to write it? I mean, it's a lot of hit and trial right here.
Yeah, like indentation is very important. Now we done is like we not done like much changes here now. So see here, this is goes like a little bit now. We are doing this changes. See here, this simple spacing is missing a lot. Okay, that's what I told. Like indentation is very much important here.
So much like.
Okay. Again, it says like a
Task namespace. Hyphen space.
no problem. I'm just changing some format. So it's still showing host files have some issue. The pending line. This is 1 second. I'll update the code.
Host is the part of name, right?
Yeah, no.
The
A host is a different thing, not part of the name.
Different thing. Then you can use a hyphen, right, before the host.
No, we're writing about that details. What is the name of that, and we are providing the details to that one.
Okay.
One second, let me confirm you what changes it is there. I'm not used it Ansible for quite some days sometimes. Name, you write it up properly. Name, install Maven, host become is, and the task required to be in the same space, and inside of the task you're providing this space properly, and one space, one space, one space. What says it? Does it have a huge space changes here? No, it required to have right host only. If I give host, no, it says something syntax problem here. Not from here. It is definitely not from here. Somewhere again, it has a problem.
The package Maven is anything somewhere is declared that one or
No, that won't be a problem.
no, how it's calling that Maven?
Now we write package and we ask to install that as these things. Let me take it up. Give me a minute.
Okay.
Mm, mm. It is executing now. What changes we write it up for the previous one, this one? What changes we have? Let me write the changes here. Same thing, right? Where did we done any changes here? Anything other than extra changes here? The same only. I don't know. This is a problem with Ansible. Okay, so but it was able to execute. I was able to write the same thing, like whatever we same thing, name and host file, host dev I gave, and become yes, and task I gave, and the name of the task I gave install task, yum package Maven. Here I state present I gave just as a op center, but here I just gave state as a presenter. So it says like, okay, but changed only one particular thing, because here this particular changes as Maven is absent, but it was don't have a Maven to do this thing. It was do only executing one thing. Let me do, I'll write it up here as a present. So here, see, changes has happened only one thing, because here install task, this is not executed anything. Here it is install git only, it was able to do perform. If I do the same thing now. So installing Maven has been happening now. See, this time it got changed here, and this time it not changed here. Okay, now if I do the same thing as a absent here, it will change both. I gave two tasks as there. Task one install task is also changing, install git is also changing. So now change it as two things here. This task has been changed here. This is a task missing. If I require to change again, I just remove this git install task. I just remove this thing. Here I'm just using installation Maven. Ansible -playbook, when that this thing. Maven was able to execute. Maven was able to execute. Now here I go to the same thing. I remove Maven absent.
Why you are writing absent? Why is not present?
Absent means to say installation removed. See here, when I previously execute, it says like something, but here now they say no file such directory executed. Now I uninstalled that state equal to removed or absent mean to say I just removed that. I uninstalled that Maven over there. State equal to
Sorry.
present mean to say I asked to install. When a state equal to remove or when state equal to absent mean to say it is nothing but to uninstall. So any questions here?
How can we delete any old file from one server to another server? Any old file, how can we delete through this? Can we
You can
do
use yeah, you can use RM.
RM means suppose there are some old files. Is there anything means yes, we can do manually login.
No. You say you go here. You can instead of copy, you can use move also. You can do, or you can use RM also. Remove the files from Ansible. You can. That's a simple commands, buddy. It's
Yes,
not
yes.
like you're not required a module for that as well.
Okay.
So, how can I create that rules or some handlers is there and templates?
I had
Do,
to go that. I had to go that.
oh,
Okay. I had to go handlers or those things. I'll come back over there. The
oh,
usually like file, you have file models, like you can use the file models as well. So with with the help of the file is also one kind of a module you have. So if you want to use, you can say specific path, and you can use again state equal to ops, and you can do that. Actually, that is also one way you can do. File is also one module, but is there, buddy? You can use file and path and state equal to state. You can provide that is also can remove your files from your specific path if you want to remove. Okay. So any other questions? I'll go to the next topic. Okay, so next topic is roles. Roles. What does this mean by the roles? Okay, so if I have a kind of a code, like I have a code, I want that code to be used in many of items. So suppose like a email configuration. After completion of any of the playbook, I have to trigger an email, say like playbook completed or playbook failed. I want to write any of that. I want to write any of those things. How can I write? So for like a piece of code, so like I have a playbook, I have 10 playbooks. Instead of the 10 playbooks, like this email configuration, I have to write it a commonly, right? I have to write that as a commonly. So now, instead of writing into the 10 particular AMLs, writing inside of the 10 particular AMLs, you can write that as a role, and you can include or you can import that role into your Ansible playbooks. Okay, you write some small piece of code and you make that as a common role, and that role you can include wherever you want to have, you can include that role in your Ansible playbook. Okay, how to create a role over there? Roles, our concept is coming from your Ansible Galaxy. Okay, you have to get it up, Ansible Galaxy. So Ansible Galaxy is also a kind of one more entity in your Ansible. Okay, Ansible Galaxy is a one kind of entity in your these things. They also provide Ansible Galaxy, also they provided different types of roles, like they also have a registry, and how like you have modules here, they also have a like they have plenty of roles they integrated, and they gave like Ansible Galaxy as kind of things. Let me show you that. Okay, if I go here, Ansible Galaxy, we gave Ansible Galaxy. Here Ansible Galaxy.ansible is the path, and here they gave it most of the roles like related to these things. Okay, how like you have a modules, here you have roles. Okay, 1 second. You're writing Ansible Galaxy version. You can say Ansible Galaxy -- version. So here Ansible Galaxy is also there, and configuration file is the same, and everything is the same. So now I can say these things. So now how can I create a role for, like, how can I create a role? So if I created Ansible -galaxy init as an email, init email. So what it says here, a role of email has been created successfully. If I give ls, it gave me a kind of a directory. It shows me as a directory. It shows me as a directory here. Say, suppose if I go do like ls-la, I can see. If I do ls-la, it shows me as email as a directory. Mean to say a folder has been created. A folder has been created. So if I do cd as the email, I just ask it to create a role. I didn't specify any of other options here. I didn't ask to do, but every role have a defined predefined structure.
Okay.
Inside of the role, you have a predefined structure. So what it will do, it will create some kind of some subfolders in that one. Okay, it created some subfolder in that as I'm just opening ls-la here. Here I have some kind of files and some kind of folders it has been created. So defaults, files, handlers, metadata, meta, readme.md, tasks, templates, test, vars, like this, it created a kind of subfolders for me. This is a kind of a structure for your Ansible role. These are the structure for your Ansible role.
Okay.
Are you able to understand now?
What are this DRWX, RW, like these things?
D mean to say directory, mean to say folder. This is a file. Okay, if in Linux terminology, folder is nothing but a directory. The directory they call it as folder. They call it as directory. So it representation D. Okay. And next RWX read write permission, read write execute permission. Here you have a group permission. Here like you have a 777 permissions. User permission, group permission, like this you have a different 3 permissions. All read write read write execute, read write execute, read write execute. Read for 4, write for 2, and execute permission is 1. So like this you're providing more these things. Okay.
Yes.
So now I have this roles has been created. Now each role have, so suppose this is a default and these are files, these are the handlers. Like it fully like independent collections. Like you will have independent collections of variables, tasks, files, templates, and modules. This thing actually you have. So first thing, how can I invoke these things? There are 2 ways. I don't want to write anything. I don't want to execute anything. I just want to execute the role. So simple, you can take here this particular concept. Ansible Galaxy init role name. And after that, I'm just using this thing. I can use roles. I can say email. It simply executed that. It simply executed that. Yeah, you're not required to write anything. It simply executed that role. Okay.
So I did not get this. Like,
No, you're saying like you're asking to roll, it automatically executed the roles. Not provided, even it won't execute any task, even if you have here. You simply like execute this role, it can be included this role. No, I don't want like this thing. I want to include some task and that I wanted to write. So you can write like the same thing. I'm just taking the same task here.
but in roles, we're not doing anything, right? Just we created a role. What
No,
is it?
You have to write something in the role. I didn't explain to like how you have what you have to write inside of the role. You have like a plenty of defaults, all those things you have. We will go explanation on that one. Okay. Sorry, someone asking question. So now either you can use here as include role, include underscore role and role name. You can write like this also. After that, it start executing your. After that, it start executing the roles. This also you can provide. This also you can provide roles like that. Okay, so these are we can invoke your roles. Now inside of the roles, as I told you, have a structure, right? Inside of the role, you have a structure. Now we will explain what is each subfolder defines. If you see as this folder contain like few subfolders. Let me show you. Yeah, these folders contain some subfolders. Now we have to go to the subfolders. Why, like what purpose of the subfolder we have to understand. Okay.
Okay.
So defaulters in your Ansible. So what these defaulters do? This defaulters a kind of what it say include default values for the variable of the role. We define some default variables, and if you want to like created some kind of default variables you want to declare for your roles, all those things. This is specific. I want to have a default role version equal to 10.1. It required to execute on the specific version. Like that, you can write like low priority variables instead of your defaults. You can write low priority variables like with the default names. You want to say country, so you want to execute a country as India only, like you're not required to change anything, kind of thing like that. That kind of values you can provide that as a in defaults. How to mention that one? If you go to the cd yeah, give me a minute. So I'm going here. Unless I have roles here, let me clear the things. I'm going on cd email and again going on default. Here I have main.yaml. I didn't create any file, but default it created a main.yaml for me. Default it created a main.yaml for me. Now I have to go to this main.yaml. So like a vi main.yaml. See here, it automatically gave me default file for the email. I say suppose like if I say I require to write a Java underscore version equal to 1.8. So now inside of this role, whenever you execute this role, default Java version take as a 1.8. Okay, it take that default version as a this thing only. No, you want to provide some custom path, or you can provide that custom directory path. You can provide like whatever you want to have, like you can write that variable and default value for your variables that you can invoke, like that you can invoke into your Ansible playbook. So you can write this thing and it will automatically every time it will take that as a specific version as like this version only. Like this you can provide any of your default variables in the default folder which is created under the role. Okay, now I'm just saving this thing. So any question are here in this thing?
You mentioned Java version, but that Java should decide in that node also, right?
So default is like a variable only you are saying. Then why
Default variables.
yes, default is if default is like a variable, then why some var folder is there?
That's a regular variable fields, not for the default values.
What is the
Default
use
variable.
of var folder?
It's a kind of But if you let me explain, I'll go one by one. So if you directly ask, like, you took it up from the first one and last one, if I'll again lost the, like, mid of the things. Just let me go there and I'll come to the var. Okay, when I come to the var, I'll explain you what I do in the var.
Shiva, is that main.yaml it's kind of like a playbook for email role, main playbook file?
Sorry, what's your question?
Main.yaml, it's a playbook for whenever you execute the role.
Yes, it executed all these activities inside of a role. When you created a role, that's what I told. When you include a role, when you're invoking a role, it executed all these kind of subfolders. Inside of every subfolder, you have main.yaml. This is a default file has been created for this thing, and it is a kind of a playbook. When I open that, you might see that it already have a playbook kind of thing. So it will start executing the playbooks. Okay, it executed all these playbooks. What are the playbooks you have written inside of your role? It will execute all those things. Suppose, like, as you have here, these are all like defaults, files, handlers. Like in each and every folder have a different purpose, and it will execute all those things. If you have look. So each and every folder have a one specific, and that specific activities, like suppose if you're going on the files, you're going to mention the file, you're going to mention like some files. If you want, like, your role required to take it up some files, you're going to mention that files, static files, not to say dynamical files, it's a static files. That static files can be included here in this file section. And when role is been executing, if it has some file it required to be there, it will use that from the file section here. Like this, it has each and every folder have some specific purpose, and those all will be executed along with your role. Okay, if you say provided some kind of, see here, if I go to this cd files, here I don't have main.yaml. Here I don't have main.yaml. Why? Because the previous thing defaults I have to write an YAML as a main.yaml. I have to integrate things into the main.yaml. Here I can set touch file one. I can create a static files. I can utilize, if I want to have some static files instead of my role, I can place that files inside of my inside of my file section. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, next, the handlers. I'll come back to the handlers, this thing. So you have like meta. So meta is always will have, like, kind of demographic information. So simple, like metadata information. Okay, so simple, like, again, if you go to the, like, what I can see, if I go to the meta, here you have cd meta. Again, you have demographic information as main.yaml. Yes, man, you can schedule the jobs also. Like, from Ansible, you can run like a schedule the jobs as well. No worries. But you can, in Linux, you can take a bash job. You can create a bash job. Instead of that bash job, it can be run your Linux playbook. That is also one kind of thing you can set. Okay. And even in a Ansible also, you have a scheduled jobs as well. You can create a scheduled job as well.
Okay. Yeah, if possible, can you show us if we have time?
So actually, if you require to create scheduled jobs in Ansible, you require Ansible Tower for that one. Or you can create a manual also, but manual, I don't think so. You have that this thing. You require to have Ansible Tower for that one, which is a kind of what I can see, a GUI for your Ansible. With Ansible Tower only, you can do a scheduled jobs.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Or else you can write it up in the playbook also. Cron task something kind of 1 second. There should be cron task instead of a Ansible. There is kind of a module, I think. Ansible cron kind of thing. I'm not sure. Let me I have to check on that one. Okay. Does we have a? Well, usually you can do that, but we used to do like in Ansible Tower only. But from Ansible specifically, kind of thing, have to see. I think you have some cron tabs with Ansible. Yeah, like I'll check it for the tomorrow. Okay.
Okay, okay.
So you go here and you can say vi main.yaml here. See here, like you already have a standard things here. So you can say metadata information about the author, description, company. You have like it provided a like kind of a lot of information for this thing, like platforms for version, like Galaxy tags. If you have any dependency, it's a purely like meta information, metadata information for your main.yaml, like for your meta. So I'm in meta, and here I'm in main.yaml. It has already gave me some kind of a structure for me. That structure, which is for me to say why I required these things, why I required these things. Okay, why I required this meta information here. I have to write other information like description, company, license, if I have anything, all these things I have to write it up inside of my meta information. So next, readme.md, you already know what is the readme.md, so I'm good with that. I hope it is just a file. You can write like you already seen that readme.md inside of your where you saw the readme.md.
The GitHub.
Exactly. You're writing like they gave role name, role requirement, role variables, any dependencies, example playbook, like they gave you some kind of a structure. If you want, you can change this thing. If you want, you can change these things, and you can write like your readme.md file for your role, why this role has been created, what you have in this role, what kind of task you have been here. You can write entire information, like entire information about the role. You can write it here. Okay.
Okay.
Next, what we have a tasks. If it's a cd task, here also you have main.yaml. In this email also, you're writing the task file for YAML. So here you're writing task. What kind of task you're writing? Simple, like what are the tasks you written here, right? What are the tasks you written here, right? So it required to be in this thing. This is a task. This is what you task. So that is the task you're writing here, the task you're adding here inside of your role. Okay, the task, what are the tasks you created, what are the tasks you're writing over there, all the tasks you're writing here inside of your task folder. Okay, in the task folders. Okay, this is the one thing. And now you have templates. Okay, templates. CD templates. Here also you don't have any main.yaml. Why? If you want to write some kind of templates for your access, it's not something like integrating into your main.yaml, or it's not some kind of a playbook. Templates are not a kind of related to the playbooks. If you have any templates like a Ninja templates, there are plenty of different types of templates you have. If you have a Ninja template, if you want to have some execution of your templates, some kind of templates, those templates you can include here. Okay, those templates you can include here, like specifically a kind of so did you guys hear about Ninja or Ginger templates, Ninja templates, anything? Let me show.
No, I haven't.
Jinja templates. You can write a Jinja template for Ansible. Okay, this is a templating. You call it as templating. Yeah, in this templating, you have like a Jinja 2 templates you can write. That you can write it up inside of your these things. Jinja 2. These are the Jinja 2 type of templates you want to have. You can write Ansible uses Jinja 2 templating to enable the dynamic expression and access where with the templating module. This is a kind of module also you have for the template. So you can write those things. This kind of templates you have to write inside of your template section inside of your role. Okay, these are the you call it as Jinja templates. Jinja templates. Okay. This is a separate thing you're writing it for this thing. You have to let me show you. So Jinja templates you can write up in any of those things, like either you can write with the JSON, you can write with like see here, like they gave deploying custom file with Ansible Jinja template. You can write a Jinja template for in JSON format, and you have to write everything inside of these things, and you can provide that this template as there. It's a template file. See here, these are the introduction. It's a simple like English kind of thing only. So here they have like they're going on the CG templates. Instead of the templates, they have like these things. Let me go here. These are the playbooks. Destination. Where is this template? It looks like this thing actually. These are the .j2. These are the Ninja templates to see. Okay, these are we can provide your .j2 templates for this thing. So these are the kind of templates you can provide it to your Ansible role if you want to see. Okay, so you can provide that role to your Ansible. That templates will be present in your a template folder. Okay, those are .j2 files actually. Okay, so next you have a test. If you have any test cases to be executed, let me show you that as well. CD test. Yes, see inventory and test.yaml they have. So you require to have like if you go to the inventory where like CD etc/ this thing you have like let me show you that both are like let me show you both. VI inventory. What I have here. Inventory details of my like suppose here they mentioned it as a local host. I can mention the third-party server details here for this inventory where this test can be executed. Like again, I go do the test.yaml. Here I can see. So see here. What did you have?
Role here.
They're providing the role and they're asking to test this role in specific test this role in a specific server. That server details need to be provided in inventory.
So in that inventory file, we can give our all the host names.
Yeah, you can provide the
Correct,
host
no?
names as well. Like what are the host name you want to provide? You can provide the host names over there.
Okay, so here we have to do it.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
So after that, you have vars. You're asking about the vars, right, sir? Like cd dot
Yes.
cd vars. So previously it is a default variables, like it required to have a default variables, but here you can pass
Yeah.
any of the variables, like it not required to have any of the things. You can pass it to the any of the variables related to your application. You can pass to any variable, sir.
Okay. But in default also we are
The
passing that.
default is the default variables, like you either can that value whatever the value it won't be changes, that it comes as a default value. But here you can give it as a suppose you want to take it as like some variable name from somewhere, you can utilize that as also you can write it up. Let me write you, and then you'll understand.
Yes, yes, yes.
One second, let me write you that. The format. What I can see. Okay. Suppose there I gave like default variables, right? Here, how can I give how can I write this details? So let me show you. Suppose if I want to, there I provide default value equal to Java version, right? Here now I want to same thing, Java underscore version. If I'm writing the same here, writing Java version here,
Okay.
I have to how can I provide this thing? I won't provide it like this thing. Say I'll provide it's required to take it from some like a dynamically it required to have a like it required to have some variable kind of things. I can write say here I can say Java underscore version. And I can provide that Java version here. This is a kind of runtime variable. Okay, so this Java version can be get it from it maybe can run somewhere in your playbook. That can be get it up here. So it is a kind of runtime variables you can provide here in this var folder, where in your default variables you not provided these things. So in this thing like default variable for the suppose I'll write it up. This is Java only. Okay. I just write it up Java, and this Java variable field name I say Java version. Where I gave this Java version, where I gave this Java version field Java version variable
In task, I think.
in defaults. In defaults I gave, and that value I can pass to this variable as well. But this can be taken as a runtime.
Okay.
Okay, this variable can be taken as a runtime, and that variable is not taking from the runtime. That's a static variable. This is the dynamical variable. You can take it from here in this variable.
Okay.
Okay. So that's a default value, sir. Like default value is nothing but you providing that as a this is the value. Whether even if you gave some if you not provided any value, it will take that value. Where even if you're not provided anything, it defaultly take that value as to be processed. But here it will be taken the value based on your value running through. It's required to provide some variables. It required to get some variables values. Something there you can provide that here in this variable folders.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, got it.
So like this, you're writing many things into your in your this thing role, and that role can be invoked into your any of the playbook. It's very simple, straightforward. You can invoking into your playbook, as I already shown you. You can simply invoke into your playbook, and you can run that into playbooks.
So Siva, like here we added at multiple places that in YAML file, like YML
Yes.
file. Now can we relate all together as summarize? Because we have gone piece by piece like everywhere.
Now here, see, we have a suppose a role created default structure contain these many things. Okay, so if you want to forward, if you want to like a default, any default variables, files, if you want to specific any static files, handlers I had to tell, I'll tell you the handlers, and metadata, any of metadata information you require to have, we can provide this thing, readme.md for like a description of these things, and task, if you want to provide any task for this this role, you can provide here, and templates, if you have any Ginger template, any of the other templates you want to invoke here into this Ansible playbook, you can run this thing, and any of the test cases, if you any test servers required to be executed, this role can be executed in the separate test case, the things you can execute here. Any of the dynamical variables or regular variables, expression variables, you can provide here in this variable folder. Okay, these all can be part of one role only. Now this role you are invoking into your Ansible playbook.
Any example is there where we can use all those things? Any use cases like this only?
That's what I told, right? Like suppose you're writing an email, buddy. Okay, you're writing an email. I'll tell you a simple scenario. You have to write an email kind of thing. In the email kind of thing, like, you have to write it up a kind of, you're required a kind of, you're required to attach a file, say like some default standard file you want to attach.
Okay.
Say like, okay, this is securely coming from this thing, a kind of file you want to attach that you can provide here in this file section. No, you want to write up some kind of a template, that email required to have some specific template. Okay, and that email defaults to say like it required to go from recipients list. The recipient list can come to the var, but it required to say like a body, all those things kind of variables need to be as a default variables that you can take it from the defaults. No, like a recipients list, it need to be vary based on my program to program or based on the logic to logic. Then I can get it that into the vars fielder. Like this, you can provide like, where, how, what that requirement you're going to fit it into these roles. It's not mandatory that I have to use like file section here. I have file, I have to use the file. It's not something like that. Whatever you want to have inside of these roles, you can utilize that.
Okay.
Okay, like this you can provide roles, like you can invoke like roles for your playbooks, but majorly like role is a kind of common activity. If you want to do the common, I'll tell you a simple example. Suppose I want to install what I can say, yeah, I want to install Kubernetes. Okay, I want to install Kubernetes. So in the Kubernetes, I want to install it through the Terraform. Are you able to understand? I want to install Kubernetes through the Terraform.
Okay.
Okay. So now I require to have Terraform files.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Where like when I executed Terraform apply. So before that, I may have like some variables, some versions kind of thing. I have to do something, but all these things I can say I require to have Terraform files. Where I require to keep the Terraform files.
In file section.
Exactly. That's your use case for your files.
Okay.
Okay, after Terraform execution, after Terraform, like you have some tasks to write. So suppose this, you have to remove that files after that. So after that, you're writing the tasks. So remove the Terraform file from the file section.
Yes. Yeah. Correct.
Like this, each.
So always you have to write whatever the codes in the main.yml, or we can use some.
Yeah, if you write, you can write it inside of your. Usually, it will executed only main.ml. If you even write anything other than the main.ml, it won't execute it. So, but you have to invoke that ML also inside of your ML also. Like suppose if you want to include some kind of ML into inside of your main.ml, you can write like a include role. You can ask include. You can write that ML. Or like if you want to specifically include some specific task, include underscore task, include underscore role. You can write that include command. I already shown you include command. You can write so it will be included any of the ML or any of the specific task, any of the other activities you want to have. You can use include in any of your playbook.
Okay. Okay. So that means if you want to call some kind of a specific YML file, then we need to use include command.
Include. So suppose you want to suppose you have a playbook as A and you have a playbook as B. So now you want to run your playbook A, but that required to be invoked as a playbook B as well. Then you write include playbook ML playbook B, then it will execute that as well.
Okay. 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 So suppose in have written main.yml and task and calling from handlers main.yml. So it will automatically it will execute or
So handlers is a different thing. Handlers is a kind of notifications triggering kind of things. Handler is nothing but a triggering kind of here in this particular concept to say. Okay. Suppose you want to execute some role here in this task.
yes, that's one.
Okay, so anyway, you are including this as a role to say. Suppose inside of the task, you have a main.yml and you have a separate task for deleting some separate task as delete.yml. So you're going on inside of your YAML, you're writing include underscore task and you're providing the task name as remove.yml instead of your YAML. Let me show you that.
Yeah.
So again, it's gone right. Yeah, gosh, yeah, I lost the session. Give me a minute. Yeah. If you say cd email and I give tasks. So here I have, if you see here, I have main.yml and same way creating touch. I'm using like rm.yml. So now what I'm going here, instead of vi main.yml, here I'm going on say, here I'm say include I can say, or I can say include task as well, I can say.
So okay, this is the task session. So task, so it's no need to mention task.
No, you're not going on the task. You can simply use include for your playbook itself.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is what you call this thing. And now you're asking about the handlers, right? Like let me go. Yeah, as I told, I just called it that's this thing handlers. Handler again, I'm going on to the handlers here, and again I have sorry. And also I have a main.yml. I'm just going on this va main.yml for the Ansible. Here, handlers file for your email. What is this handlers do? Handlers are kind of notifiers. Okay, handlers are a kind of notifiers. What is that kind of notifying? So you're like some specific task you require to do is restart of the service, or like you require to send an email of this particular activity. You're required to execute or you're required to delete some file after this after this task has been completed. Now my task is been completed. Now I have to remove, or if the suppose like a file got created, and I have to remove the file, whatever the file got created, I have to remove. How can I make sure that suppose I have a file, the file is execution completed. Now I have to remove the file. How can I come to know that file has been executed or not properly? When you say that file has been executed, that line of instruction is executed something, you say took the result and you say like, yes, now I'm, yeah, okay, I'll tell you a simple example. You have a file, you are checking the records in the file. If the file says 0 records, you're deleting the file.
Yes.
Okay, you can write that as an if condition. But even after that, you want to restart some process, how you do that kind of things, right? You notify things need to be applied here. Notify things required to be applied here in this this thing. So when you're writing in a, suppose here in this, when you're writing in an YAML playbook, when you're writing an YAML playbook, suppose here you're writing an YAML playbook. So what you will do here, after the task, you're writing here as notify. And what you are notifying, you're writing notify as a restart Maven or restart Jenkins. You can write like here, you can write like this thing. Okay, you write like this thing. And now where you have to write this restart Jenkins, like restart Jenkins is not some this thing. You have to provide like what is a Jenkins here. Okay, so now after the entire task has been completed, you're writing handlers. Handlers as you can same like indentation hyphen name. Now restart Jenkins. And if you have any built-in service, or if you have any if you have any built-in service for restarting the Jenkins, you can do, or you can see like any of module, you can take it up. You can write any module for restarting the services. You can use any of the module, like module as a service.
Okay.
Suppose like you can write as a similar service. So suppose Jenkins as a service over there. So you take service. In the service here, you can say service. So writing name equal to Jenkins and next state equal to restart. Like this, you're providing when this particular thing is happened, it will notify this particular handler and it will notify this thing. It will trigger these handlers.
Okay.
Okay.
So notify keywords need to mention there in task session only.
Sorry.
That notify session, we need to mention in task session.
Exactly. You have to mention inside of your task. One of the tasks you have to mention that
So,
notify.
If you will not mention, then it will not
No, it won't take anything. It won't take anything. Suppose here I have a different task. Suppose like if I have multiple tasks here, say like I have one more task here to say. Okay, a simple thing like here I have this task. Just I'm copying this thing. Here I have install Git. Just consider install Git I have here. I'm saying like a Git. So here, this is a different task and this is a different task. But after this task execution, it will do this thing. And before this this role is a pretty good, like it will take it up that as a pretty good activity actually. So, but it won't impacted anything here. And before this thing, you can execute, you can trigger that notification or trigger that handler. It will, based on the notification, it will trigger that activity. So you can write these handlers, like now I write these handlers, right? The same handlers information you can write inside of your handler files. The same thing you can write up inside of your handler files. This is what you call handlers for your roles.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
So these are the handlers like defaulters. These are like a common interview questions. They may be occur if the specific role is designed for the Ansible. If they say like we require Ansible resources, they definitely ask like what kind of task you do, what kind of task you include, how many do you have a roles, do you create the roles, like do you created the handlers for that one, and what situations you created the handlers, or like if you want to do this thing, why you do, like what you put it up inside of your files, what kind of files you write, do you understand Jinja template, you write the Jinja templates, like all these things they'll ask inside of if your role designed specifically for Ansible. Okay, remember that. Okay. Anyway, I'll provide you the running notes, and I'll also provide like a lot of Ansible certificate. I took that as a lot of Ansibles as one kind of example playbooks I've taken. 10 to 15 Ansible playbooks I written, and I'll share you that as well. You can utilize it for the reference purpose if you guys require. So any questions on this thing?
No question from me.
So regarding that roles thing, so when
Yes,
you're
sir.
writing that main.yaml file, so whichever aspect of that role you want, you have to use include, like variables or tasks
No
or
role
those.
like inside of the playbook. See, a role contain these many structure. Okay, those all will be part of that role. So you're not going to be change anything in that. Okay, so even if you don't have to write anything, it's suppose files. You don't have any files, you can ignore that one. You're not going to anything in the files. Or like test case is something you are going on the test. You don't have anything to execute, so you leave it as a blank thing. So now my role has some set of information, a set of action instructions I have. Now instead of any playbook, I can go and I can execute this role.
Okay, inside playbook, you said you have to invoke the role, but
Exactly.
inside the role, now let's say, for example, I don't have files, or maybe I might have variables. So in that main.yaml file, should I call for that variables?
No,
I
you're
mean, like,
writing, you already writing that variables and you're attaching that role, or you invoking that role into your playbook window, say that variables will come into your playbook already.
oh, I don't have to separately write it in the main.yaml file.
You have to, inside of your role, see,
Ah,
your role contains main.yaml. Okay, good with that?
yes. Yeah.
So inside of your, suppose in a variable, you're writing some variables over there. Good with that?
Yes.
Okay, so your role, now you have a role contains some variables. Good with that?
Ah, yes. So role contains variables. Yes.
Okay, you good with that? Now I'm including this role inside of a playbook.
Yes.
Okay, inside of that playbook, I can utilize that variables which are I created inside of the, which are I kept inside of my role, which are under the variable section. You good with that?
It will take directly from the directory itself.
Yeah, directly
directory.
that variable declared already inside of var, so I can directly use that as a variable directly. I don't require to define that variable and I have to again do something kind of things.
Okay. Okay.
You're
Thank you.
passing externally variable names.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything is there like artifacts or something like this? Someone asked me what is the artifacts.
Artifacts is different and facts is different in Ansible.
Okay, fact and artifact is different things. You're saying.
Yeah, facts is a different and Ansible this is that is a different facts is a kind of data related to your remote system, including operating system, IP addresses, attached file systems and more, that they define it as an Ansible facts. Okay, but in artifacts is a different thing. Like if you go with the Maven, right? Maven package, jar pack is also kind of artifacts.
Yes.
To tell you, right, like in Ansible, we will share the artifacts. I mean to say you share the jar file or var file. It is in olden times, like mean to say in 14 and 15 time where you don't have a container technology, they'll usually deploy the artifacts by using Ansible.
Oh.
So facts inside of your Ansible mean to say you're defining your operating system, or you're defining like IP addresses, all those things. So suppose when you're executing any of the playbook, it will execute the facts first. It will gather the facts, what operating system it is, what kind of these things it is. So all those things, it discover the facts, and that facts it will take that facts. Okay, that is Ansible facts, but artifacts is the different. Artifacts is nothing but a var or jar. In terms of Maven technology, the packages, they call it as artifacts.
Yeah.
Simple, buddy. You want to print some like a IP address. You want to print like a variable name. You want to print some kind of system related OS information. So those are the static information, right? Like for your system, like which OS you're working, you want to print that one. What is the IP address of your Ansible running? How you want to print that one? So those are all you can do it directly by print that by using Ansible VAS, Ansible facts. Sorry, those are the static variables. You can print that by using Ansible facts.
How can I get those things? Where any Google link or URL is there?
No, include like see, we can have what you can have. It's a variable kind of thing, and Ansible fact you can say, like suppose if you want to have facts included, like facts included large data, it will have IP addresses. You have to use Ansible dot specific kind of lines you have to utilize inside of. Suppose inside of your program, inside of your activity, you have a playbook. Simple thing, you have a playbook. Inside of the playbook, you want to take it up what kind of OS it is. The OS is like a Windows. I'm going to execute something. Okay. If it is not OS, if it is Linux based, I have to go separate tasks. So such cases you invoke facts actually.
How to write those things?
Writing facts is like, you invoking that facts inside of your this thing, say like gathering facts inside of your playbook. You can write like suppose you want to include the facts inside of this thing. Say suppose fact contains directly field names. Okay, let me show you like a fact information.
Yeah, that just need to see.
I have to take a playbook vi I'm say like Paxkart.yaml. I'm say like hyphen, and I'm say like hyphen again hyphen space name. So Pax I can say. After that, I have to use like Ansible module, Ansible dot built-in dot debug.
Built
It's a like a built-in data. So a built-in data, I'm just adding that into the debug.
Okay.
Is a kind of the DBU. Sorry. Instead of Ansible debug, and now I'm taking this to the whereas Ansible facts. If you executed this thing, then like all your variable, all you can access data inside of your variable, like you can pass these things like once you executed this thing into the Ansible facts, that it will executed all your information to this thing, and you can use like any of the module, any of the hosts, you can see that information that you require. Again, use built-in dot setup.
Okay.
So once you run this thing, so it will have like fact details will be shown over there, and like enable sys to say very okay. Ansible, do you know sysadmin you have? Anyone remember that? Anyone able to understand like sysadmin in your Linux?
Sorry.
Okay, sysadmins like a system
System
Linux sysadmin.
Yes, yes.
Okay, as I told, right, like if you want to write like a Ansible, when Ansible fact equal to OS name, suppose like if I write here, I can say I can go here, I can say when condition here in this package name, I say when, I can say when Ansible underscore facts. Okay, if I gave OS and suppose it is Windows.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Here I can say only this can execute only when facts OS equal to Windows only. If it is an Ansible fact equal to like facts OS name equal to this thing, then only it will execute that particular thing. So suppose here I can say like some task. This is a when condition you're applying it to your playbook. This will only execute. So, but how come Ansible fact inside it will comes? Here you can have facts true. You're writing again facts instead of true. You're invoking like your facts instead of this thing, and you're writing facts. What is the version of your facts? So that will be get, and it will execute it that. But to get our ad hocly, you want to get like Ansible hyphen all and setup. You have to do. Let me show you that. Ansible all hyphen m setup. Okay, fail to connect host by this thing. 02. Okay.
All hyphen m means.
Okay. Sorry. Ansible all -m module setup. See, now we're able to understand these are the Ansible facts you called. Okay, Ansible user ID, Ansible user shell, Ansible, like if you go here, like, these are the Ansible facts. As previous, like I used built-in setup to the Ansible facts. These are the Ansible node name, Ansible OS family, Red Hat, Ansible package manager. So like this, you will get Ansible OS family if you take this this particular variable. Okay. Instead of your playbook, you're going to utilize Ansible facts as this thing. When Ansible facts, you can provide like this thing so that it will take it up all the details.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or you can use like this as well. Okay.
Okay.
Now, if it is the Red Hat only, then it will work, or else it won't work. You have to use in double quotes.
Yeah.
Do you understand now?
Yes, understood.
Ansible OS family equal to Red Hat only. You can see that information here. I say where it is, this thing somewhere. Sorry. These are the system admin information. It has a default your Ansible system information, not something you're providing some values here. These things it automatically required to take it from the system.
Oh. So no need to mention a variable or something like this. It automatically.
You're not. That's what I say. You're not required to provide specific. That's what I told. The facts is nothing but your demographic information about your Ansible. Suppose what OS you have and what is the version of your Ansible. These are all OS level, CPU level, all this kind of information, not an external information of yours.
Okay.
This OS family, OS family, OS family. Okay, it's all purely it's related to your Ansible host nodes kind of thing, not a kind of manually you passing some data like this. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
These are that's the reason we called it as Ansible facts. Mean to say Ansible what kind of version it has, what kind of requirement it, what kind of details it has for the your Ansible server. That details will be fetched here. Okay.
What is that command you put it in?
Let me write here. Ansible all -m setup.
Okay.
I'll update you here.
Okay.
Just giving you here. Ansible all -m setup. If you run this thing, setup is a module built in, as I gave built-in debug is also one of the module. So like this, you have different types of modules. That module I forwarded.
Yeah, sure.
Any other questions?
No.
Ansible all -m setup. So any questions, guys?
No, from my side, not right now.
No from my side also.
Okay, so good. We will end up the session today. So tomorrow it's also same time. We will take this, and anyway I'll share some kind of these things, whatever we have, right? As I told AMLs, I have kind of things. Okay. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Shiva.